Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Got the red on for Monday morning quarter end. Just woke up and was just feeling red. I don't know why. It's probably because we've seen nothing but red the last couple of sessions. Joined in studio with our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Shy girl. I got your name right. Jimmy doesn't get your name right.
I know.
And of course, joined on the East Coast, living the dream. My guy, senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Cags. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Tracy Shuchart. How are you today?
Tracy's name is spelt with chart in it. Right? I have crude in my name. You know,
So-
it's kind of like destined to be here.
Right?
Yeah. People are like, somebody said to me, I remember years ago, they're like, Crudele, is that like your real name, or is that like just because you trade crude oil? I'm like, no, I don't even really trade crude oil that much, but it's kind of funny that happened to me. It's happened to me actually on several occasions. But a lot to talk about this morning. You know, if it wasn't so busy, I'd be talking about some Sunday night shows I've been watching that are really good. But we have to get right into the markets today because there's just too much going on. And actually, good morning, chat. See, the chat was pretty lively at like 5 o'clock this morning. Everyone's geared up for end of the month, end of the quarter.
Right.
And I've got a lot to say about this today. Historically in my career, end of the month, end of the quarters have been my best days. And it's not been the case over the last several years. I mean, during bull markets, it's just a little bit different. It's typically not as busy on the end of the months, end of the quarters. But in cycles of big time volatility like we've had been, they're typically pretty good. And I talked about this last week on X, and I probably want to address this now, and I'll address it throughout the morning. I talked about how in the middle of last week, we all of a sudden we had this move that sharply turned around in the middle of the day. And I was talking about how I had been long calls, and I said, you know what, I'm out now. I still think that the market could be headed higher. I looked at my daily and said, it's still bullish, but I think now we could head, keep drifting lower into the end of the quarter. And there's a reason behind this. And when you look at futures markets, right, we're talking about futures markets here. Futures markets are the most cash efficient way to get long if you haven't been long. So if you're a big fund and you've been keeping the powder dry and all of a sudden you want to be long, well, the easiest way to start getting long is to use futures. You could use options, of course, as well, or options on futures. But futures are the most cash efficient way for big funds to step in, and then they move the market higher and they can get a great percentage return on a very small amount of capital. Now, they're also used to hedge the most cash efficient way. So if you're long a bunch of stocks and you want to hold those stocks, if you want to hold NVIDIA, which is getting cracked, if you want to hold a lot of these other stocks and you're sitting there going, you know what, I think the market's going to be turbulent or we're going to keep headed lower, the easiest way to get short and the easiest way to hedge, which could be two of one of the same, if that's what you're looking for, is to sell futures. Again, of course, you could use options as well. So when you get into the end of the month and the end of the quarter, a lot of times you can get one-dimensional moves because people have to do something. Psychologically, what's different about end of the month, end of the quarter versus any other times, this is very similar in rollover too, is that if you could kind of figure out what's happening within the market, and the market starts to go in one direction, it means that people are chasing. It's more of what people have to do. And remember something, in markets, the market is going to move quicker and more severe in a direction when people have to do something, especially when you have a lot of people that potentially have to do something. We've talked about the JP Morgan collar trade, which we'll get to Tracy to talk about that. Well, you just look at the markets in general, and you see after that rally, it finally, or after that sell-off going in like a week and a half ago, time's going by so fast, I can't believe it's April tomorrow. But we had that sell-off, it stabilized, we rallied, got above my 8 and 21 moving averages. A lot of people are like, okay, this could be a low. Remember we said this could be a good low, it's not a great low. But we talked about this. All of a sudden, longs start to enter the market. And what happens is, when all of a sudden that middle of the day move where it was just straight move lower, you get a lot of people caught off sides. And now people that are looking for a little bit of a run into the end of the quarter doesn't happen. Not only do you have some longs that are trapped, you have people that are long and that are going, uh-oh, I might need to hedge this thing. And so what happens is they go right to the futures markets and you get one-dimensional moves lower. That's why end of the month, end of the quarter is so important because of those exact reasons. It's more about what people have to do, less about what they want to do. So I said enough about that, but I'm going to be talking about that all morning, especially when I get to the charts with Pharm, because I know I got a lot of questions on Twitter and other things. I want to go to you, Shai. Headlines. What's going on? Is there anything going on this weekend that we need to keep note of?
Well, we had Goldman come out and they revised their year-end inflation from 3.0% to 3.5%. They lowered their S&P target from 6,200 to 5,700. That's a huge move. And GDP down to 1% from 1.5%. So that was kind of the big news in the overnight this morning when that note came out. Everybody was kind of talking about it. And then as far as the weekend news, tariffs, of course, right? So we had Trump threatened Russia with more oil tariffs if they refuse to come to the table like he wants. And then he also threatened to bomb Iran because they said they wouldn't. Trump had sent them a letter saying, let's negotiate, and they said they weren't going to. So he threatened to bomb Iran. So as soon as the market opened, we didn't see that big of a move in crude oil, but as soon as Europe opened, it went straight up, and it has pulled back since then. But that is, helping kind of keep a bid under the crude oil market at this point.
And again, seeing gold bid again this morning.
Huge, up huge. And then the other big thing is, not that it's making headlines, but that JPM collar rolls off today. 55.65 is going to be key because they're long 55.65. That means dealers are short that put 55.65. Now they are hedged with 50% short futures against that because they're in a long position being short. So if we see, it's kind of going to be a battleground. I mean, they'd prefer them just to roll off the board, at zero, hopefully. But if we do see an exacerbated move to the downside, that's going to force them to sell even more. So if this kind of, if we see 75-point move downward, it's going to get ugly. Or it has the potential to get ugly because they're going to have to get even more short.
Yep. I mean, you get near these expirations, these month ends, quarter ends, and you get all of these things going on. Whew. Jimmy, we're going to go to you. One thing I have to say is, so Goldman changes their target, which is pretty hilarious. I mean, you remember the days. Remember Abby Joseph Cohen? Was she ever right on a target? I mean, I don't think she ever was. I mean, and every time she spoke, remember those days? You remember those, Shai? Every time we were sitting there going, oh, gosh, she's speaking and probably never right on any of them. So I kind of find those targets always kind of hilarious. But Jimmy, you heard everything from us. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, on the funds, that was an interesting comment you made on the funds. I was a CTA way back in the day, and a lot of times at the end of the quarter, we'd want to lock in some ROI because we had reporting requirements to develop at the end of the quarter for our customers mostly, and then for the regulators also. So there is this kind of weird kind of thing in the funds world where it's like, all right, we're going to get out of this position end of the quarter, and then we'll reestablish it at the beginning of the quarter, whenever it's appropriate. And so we see a little bit of that phenomenon. I saw it as a CTA myself, but it seems like now there's kind of a if you look at the Fed funds tool at the CME, it just seems like now we're tracking maybe quicker rate cuts for this calendar year, I'm assuming in response to what's going on right here. And I think today we're seeing more of a instead of a risk-off day, I think it's like, let's protect ourselves. Let's go long gold. Let's go long treasuries. Treasuries got a pretty big bid these last couple of days. And so it's kind of went from risk-off, cash in our pocket, to let's kind of move over to these assets right now and then let the dust settle for whenever the April 2nd is Wednesday.
Yep. And, good morning, chat, and good morning, Pax. My big brother Pax is in there right now, and he put out a tweet last night. Do not pick bottoms, right? Wait to see what happens after April 2nd. And I can't disagree with him. And, as I talked about coming into today, I think today is a tricky day if you're a technical trader because your short-term technicals, they have validity, no doubt, but you have to understand there's a bigger thing going on right now. I mean, you got to understand there's going to be slippage, and if you see a one-way move lower or higher, I mean, let's face it, it could happen. Anything could happen. It's one of those things where this is more about what people have to do and people unloading positions. And anybody who ever has had a really big position on, you don't care who's in your way to get out of it. And I've been in a few of those in my career because I used to do stuff to offset the pit. So my partner would be a mirror. He'd be like, I just bought 100 or I bought 200. I'd be like, oh my gosh, I just look at the book and I'd smash the book to get in or out of them. And those were bigs into minis. So you don't care. You buy or sell when you have to do it. It just goes no different than the stock market. The stock market is trained to it's not trained, it's programmed. You put the stop in, the minute it gets triggered, it just does it. And if there's a lot of people doing it, we go. And so April 2nd, Shai, is this going to matter that much? I mean, how big of a deal is this? Is there any, what are we looking at?
We're getting a lot of mixed messages. First, we had on Friday, Trump basically said these aren't going to be as bad as everybody thinks, right? And they're going to be maybe 15%, and maybe it's not every country. Well, then this weekend, he said it's going to be every country, and it's going to be higher. I mean, so either they haven't figured out what they're doing yet, or it's Trump being Trump, but because he said that this weekend, then we saw kind of, the futures market open gap down.
He's not really said much of anything bullish about markets yet, which is very surprising to me.
At all.
Very little.
No, you remember back in, 2016, 17, 18, that's all he could talk about was stock markets making all new highs. But it seems like different kind of attitude this time. I mean, even Besant said, we're going to have, some short-term pain for a long-term gain. And he's not really worried about the market moves either.
We're not worried about the market, right? You continue to see that. Jimmy, you've been following this stuff for a lot of years. You've been through the previous Trump presidency, saw all of that. It's probably new to some people. It's a very different administration this time around. What are your thoughts on this April 2nd?
I can't remember a time when the messaging was so volatile. I'll use a trading term. Like Shai just pointed out, we'll get one message one day, another message another day, and then some tariffs are like, oh, they're effective before April 2nd. So I think it's dangerous to say, well, this is just the new administration's bargaining technique. After everything will be fine after April 2nd. Don't worry about it. I think that's a little bit dangerous because we really don't know what parts are going to fall off between now and then because the messaging is so crazy.
Oh, no doubt. And I mean, the one thing about when a market gets in a one-way move higher or a one-way move lower like we've seen, it almost doesn't matter what news potentially comes out towards the end of these big moves to get a reversal. We saw it in the bull market. It was just like, water off a duck's back, all the bad news that kept bouncing it. It could be a very similar situation because anytime markets, price dictates everything as far as I'm concerned, right? And the weaker we get or the stronger we got in these moves, it's hard to turn them around easily. And a lot of damage is getting done to the market.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm kind of torn between, is it going to be, we're selling off because tariffs might be terrible, and then they come along and they're just as bad as we thought, and then the market then the market buys it. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, okay, we were prepared for this. This is as bad as we thought. So,
Yeah. Well, today also we've got any economic data we need to look at, Shai?
So we just have Dallas Fed manufacturing at 10:30. That will be released on the ticker.
Yeah. Not expecting much from that, are you?
No.
It's just like...
It's not a market mover. It's more an important econ point, but not really a market mover. So quiet day, and that's it, really, that is it for data today. So quiet
Yeah.
quiet day on data. So it's going to be all about the moves.
It's going to be like a drop in the sea of what's going on today. Well, it's about that time for my boy Cags and this morning's Edge Report.
All right. Let's start with the main event. I have the E-mini S&P up here right now. I got the Menthor Q score at the top. Negative gamma situation. Shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Option activity, though, is a low score today, which surprised me at Menthor Q. Volatility high. Well, we could see that as a 4 out of 5. And then seasonally, it was slightly positive at a 3. What impresses me the most with this daily chart, right? We're selling off. The fib line's just, you can't even use it anymore. But I have this blue line here. It's called the PAX line, 5509. This is one of the surviving levels that Pax threw at us on Friday. And look at that, lines up right to the lows. We saw he has a bunch of other lines we'll show later, but that was a really, again, this could be a possible destination. Don't think it can't go any lower. It certainly can. And you see the body gap up here in the E-mini S&P. We'll go to those edge full stats later on today to talk about probabilities and chances of that getting filled later on today. Just to kind of drill down really quickly into the intraday chart, we are at that 1-day min level, which is right next to that S1 level. Let me open this up a little bit more. That's a daily pivot. And that's, between 53s and 56s, right? We wick through it twice. We're kind of trading there as well. This is looking bearish right now at an initial peak. Put support's pretty high up here, right at 5,600. In my opinion, I'd be surprised if we get up there today, but anything could happen. Let's shoot over to gold, though. Gold, I think, is the story of the day right now. I'm going to go to the June gold. Remember, we're trading June gold, and we're just climbing to the top of the mountain. We just keep moving, rolling. We have high option, very high option activity here as a 4. Volatility neutral 3, momentum very high 5, and you can see that momentum just by looking at this daily candle here. There's nothing but blue skies above here, and so I'm using these fib extensions as targets. The next target up is 3174 in the front month in gold. Just to kind of drill into the intraday charts, we've blown through JAX 1, JAX 2, JAX 3, JAX 4. 1-day min. I mean, we're just, all of these milestones are in the rearview mirror right now. Maybe if there's some kind of retracement, we could use these levels again to kind of figure out maybe where to get long. But I'm super bullish here. I think this is a case where, money out of the equities, money into gold, money into treasuries, and we'll see that in the treasury chart in a minute. Let's shoot over really quickly, though, to the Bitcoin. Let me get my daily up right now. Huge gap in the Bitcoin on the downside. We had this nice trend channel up here. It was loosely fitting, but it was still a pretty nice trend channel. Previous session, boom, we broke through it. The moving averages, forget about it. Big gap down here. This is the micro Bitcoin, CME Group's micro Bitcoin futures, April 2025 contract. So another gap to think about. And this is moving with equities this morning. Let's drill down to a 10-minute, 30-minute chart really quickly here. And other than the gap, it looks a little bit like sideways bound market here right now. We do have some pretty interesting gamma levels as well as the pivot. Right now, S1, we're just 1, 2, 3 times. The last hour and a half, we tried to get above that S1, we couldn't. This is really nice area of resistance right now, approximately 82,560, give or take a couple ticks. And on the downside, we have that 1-day min. That's that Menthor Q's 1-day min, which oftentimes works as a magnet as well, framing the conversation for the micro Bitcoin. So again, people taking money out of this asset. We're still, though, we're at a decent price, so we're still at 82,000. Remember, the 100,000 mark was the magic kind of, look at, we did 100,000. We're awesome. So keep that in mind as well. Let's go to that 10-year note. We'll go daily again. This surprised me as well, right? So I'm just going to extend over the top of my area of resistance a little bit. That's that rectangle at the top. And you can see we just broke right through it, right? We were range bound for a long period of time, long period of time. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks up in that area, and that's kind of north of 111.15 half. And now we have a body of a candle up there as well. So again, this is probably a little anticipatory of what's going on with Fed funds and what's going on with the tariff folks, among a million other things. But the moving averages are just kind of just shooting up right now, the 8, the 21, and the 50. And let's just go down to the 10-minute again and see what we see. We have, again, these are some nice pivot numbers. R1 kind of held. Right now, I think this would be support along with this call resistance and call resistance for 0 DTE at 11 in 16:30 seconds, 11 and a half. 1-day max, again, we keep trying to break through that level as well. So relatively tight range at this point. All the action happened on this really first candle that happened on Sunday night in the 10-year. And then really lastly, I'm going to squeeze this in, everybody. We have the yield curve right now, 4.2 for the 10-year. We have 3.85. So that's about a 35 basis point separation on the normal side. So if anything, that's a good thing. Normal yield curves are good. Back to you guys in Naples, Florida.
Thanks, Jimmy. First off, chat, good morning. Thanks for joining us on this busy Monday. As I said earlier, I've got my Monday red, like Tiger wears a Sunday red. It's not Monday red in the markets for now. We'll see. We'll see what happens. End of the month, end of the quarter. A lot talked about so far this morning. Also, chat, remember to like and subscribe. Incredible, Shy. Since we started NinjaTrader Live just 2 weeks ago, we are 5,000 new subscribers to NinjaTrader Live. It's pretty incredible.
I think over that. I think over that.
Over that?
Yeah, I think it's 8,000. I think it's almost 8,000.
That's crazy. And so
keep them coming, guys.
Keep them coming. So like, subscribe, set your reminders. That's very cool. In the chat, is because we were always watching the chat. People were talking about this PMI number. Talk about that.
All right. So it's MNI, Chicago PMI today, which is just PMI in Chicago region. That's it. And tomorrow we have S&P Global, PMI and
No, but what's the difference between this PMI and the other one that they're talking about?
The one that they're talking about is for the country.
Got it.
Chicago PMI is literally just for the Chicago area.
Got it. Good to know. I know all these data points, everybody. It's hard to keep track of them. I want to go back to the collar trade because I think it's an important thing. Let's go over this again. Some of it might be similar things that you explained this morning, but because it's such a central focus of what happens on like today. Today is a very important day. Talk to us about that for those that are just joining us now.
Yeah. So right now you're going to have 55.65 is pretty much the key level today because JPM their collar is expiring from last quarter that they put on in December. 55.65 they're long the put. That means dealers are short the put. That means they're long, essentially. So they are hedged 50% with short futures. But if we see an exaggerated move to the downside, that could get even worse because they're going to have to get more short as, this comes to expiration. Now, 55.65 could be a battleground. Everybody would just like those to expire worthless. That would be great. So that's your key area to watch, and just know that if for some reason this market starts puking, it could puke more as dealers are forced to get more short.
Boy, does that mean the close is going to be wild today, folks. I'm going to tell you, end of the months, end of the quarters. I talked about this beginning of the day today. Going back historically, some of the best days I've ever had have been end of the months, end of the quarters. A lot of times I'll come into the day, I'll go over this on the charts when I see Pharm here not too long from now, what I think about for today's close. But this collar trade really throws a wrench in things, because, man, I'll tell you what, momentum is on the side of the sellers. And as we keep going lower, if we do, It just gets really interesting. And you wonder if almost like there's a lot of scenarios you could paint for today. You could have a splash early, and then all of a sudden it stabilizes, and we start to come back up, and you wonder how that price looks, 55.65 coming into the close today. I mean, they can run towards it, away from it. I mean, it gets, I don't know, man.
Yeah, right. So we'll have to see what happens when the market opens. You notice we're kind of stalling out here, right around there. I mean, within a 10-point range on either side, because we'll see what happens when the market actually opens.
Yeah, Merritt is putting a really good point in chat, and it's not something I've really thought about. He said, why would a firm like J.P. Morgan do everything in their power? Why wouldn't they probably to hide information about the position they have? Why do we know so much about this position, Shai?
Because it's literally billions and billions and billions of dollars. And so everybody, it's just everybody knows about the JPM collar every quarter. And they put that information out there. You can, because it's so huge, you can look on the options activity and pretty much figure it out because the size is enormous. But, they're long the underlying, right? It's a hedged indexed fund. So they're long the underlying, they're hedged with the collar, and performs pretty well, actually, to be honest.
So it's just the mere size of it that obviously the dealers and everybody exploits it. And they say, look, everyone knows, right? It's because really a lot of times when you have a position that big, especially since if they did it at the start of the quarter, I don't know how the whole thing works, but it actually almost benefits them in some ways to almost have it kind of known, because it actually provides, I think, some liquidity in the sense of, okay, we're doing this. If it's so far out of the money, everyone's kind of like, oh, it's just a hedge, and they kind of know what's going on. I mean, obviously people keep it in the back of their mind, but when you get to the quarter end like this, and we're right at the strike,
right?
And all of the ones in the past, I have not followed this close enough to know. Have we ever had a scenario where it's been on the strike into the last day of the quarter?
I'm sure that we have, but not, in recent years that I can remember since I've been following it.
Yeah. And so you think about that, you had that, and yeah. And Pax is saying open interest in volume or the market makers take the other side. Yeah, who know what it is exactly. I mean, when you're doing that much size, you're basically...
it's literally billions.
When you're doing billions of dollars in something like this, it's like everybody kind of knows. You become pretty transparent in the tape. And it's just interesting that we're on the strike today in this quarter of a new... presidency, everything that's going on.
I know, right?
And the first really down quarter we've had in some period of time.
We're sitting at the big put strike.
I mean, you're sitting right on it. It's pretty incredible. So, yeah. Good morning, Tanja. We're going to have Pharm here in just a minute. Anything else, Shai, this week? I mean, today it's all about end of the month, end of the quarter, but is there anything else maybe that coming across the headlines that has caught your eye that we should be on the lookout? I mean, let's be prepared for anything. I know today's all about end of the month, end of the quarter, but
yeah, we'll going into the new month, we've got a ton of data Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday is non-farm, of course. So a lot of market moving data toward the beginning of the quarter. So it might be volatile a little bit, but kind of what I'm looking at. And of course, we have on Wednesday the big tariff day. So,
I mean, last thing before I let you go again, and I don't want to beat a dead horse.
I want to get a T-shirt that says Tariff Day.
I survived April 2nd. It's like, you say, I survived. Remember
I survived Tariff Day.
Yeah. I'm just curious about this April 2nd. And to wonder how much impact it has. Anytime we over anticipate something, it always seems to be a letdown. I'm very curious to see what Trump does here, because he, as we've said, he's been so bearish on everything he's done. I don't care about the market, all of this, and all of a sudden you get to this deadline and you wonder if it's a moment coming out of today, because today I think is where price takes us. Today is going to be very important. But you come out of today, you got first day of the quarter. Now you think about this too. We didn't talk about this, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. If you got April 2nd with these tariffs and your first day of the quarter and you've got inward flows into the market, Like, do you pump the brakes on those?
right?
I mean, does this,
How-
a couple of days of selling because no one wants to do anything because of this?
Could be. I mean, there's so many scenarios that could be played out. I mean, or the markets could just be relieved. Finally, we got this data. We can buy on it. Who knows?
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, it gets really, really interesting. Today is such an important day for markets because, like I said earlier, it depends how much damage you do. It's not everything is easily recoverable from a headline,
Right.
and it's the same thing goes the opposite in a bull market, as I talked about. When markets are super strong and all of a sudden you start getting negative headlines, a lot of times we keep going up for a long period of time.
Well,
You can have the same scenario for a downward move where all of a sudden we're just a little bit broken. Technically, it's broken. Nobody's in a big hurry to step in and put on risk, and we just keep chipping away lower, and no headline turns us around. They're just bounces.
well, exactly. So we'll have to see. I mean, the worse the data gets, people are going to assume the Fed's going to cut sooner than later. So that might be a cause for them to buy too. So keep
Yeah,
that in mind. You
I know.
what
We didn't
mean?
even talk about bonds. They're really not doing much of anything today. I mean, the 30s are up to 24 ticks.
No.
10s are up 11 ticks. That's nothing. It's not even really the type of move you would potentially see, with this much weakness coming into the bond market. It's not really doing much, which I think is interesting because, again, this is all central around the indexes. But, Shai, thank you so much this morning.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, let's bring in Pharm. We're going to, gosh, Merritt is in the chat. I wonder there it is. It's Navy. He's coming in with the Pharm Army, the Pharm Navy. I'm sorry, it's the Tanja Army, Pharm Navy. Good morning, Pharm.
Good morning. How we doing, Deli?
We going, man. I don't know if you saw, man. I got the Monday red on.
Yeah.
man.
Was that on accident or on purpose?
I woke up, I was just feeling red. I don't know what subconsciously, I don't know what it was, seeing all those red candles. Was it like, do I just throw the red shirt on? I was wondering, I'm like, is he going to throw red today? And maybe we'd be, Red Brothers today? No, you went with the Navy. Standard look.
Yeah, I should have. My wife went a little crazy. I think she just loves this, picking out stuff and, having it embroidered. And I actually have a red coming on the way, but I think we'll get to use that one soon.
Yeah, no doubt. So you heard us talk about everything this morning. I'm sure you caught some of it. We've got end of the month, end of the quarter. We've got this collar trade. We've got April 2nd coming up. There's a lot of things going on. You and I, just simple guys, we look at charts. You call yourself a price monkey.
Yeah.
And and we're just simple people when it comes to markets. But you cannot deny today's an important day because of all the things we talked about.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, I'm always looking at high time frames when I need to. Somebody was asking me last night about quarterly charts because I had posted one, and I don't regularly post quarterly charts because there's not usually a reason to. I'm really only looking at them. If we get some kind of a quarterly reversal candle off of an all-time high or off of a major low, if we've been in sort of a protracted bear trend. And I think, just from that perspective, which again is still price monkey, is something to very much pay attention to. So a pretty nasty quarterly candle, pretty much regardless of what today does, makes things a little bit interesting for this year off of, the highest high. So, and then of course you've got the collar, which, you've got 5565 SPX. So as of now, we're at 50, we're there on ES, right? But we're trading about a 44 handle premium to SPX, I think. So, that gets interesting to see how they do this and how rebalancing comes in. And it's definitely going to be an interesting day with a lot of moving parts. And, everybody's talking about the second, and, there's a lot of people that want, this thing to rally off of, maybe it's not as bad as people feared. I see things a little bit differently, but we'll get into some of that.
Yeah, let's go to the charts. And obviously we'll start with mine, as we always do. And I talked about this last week, and this is something that I got several messages about. Even Kane was busting my chops about this. Who will be in studio this week, which is pretty cool. I had a bullish look. Let's go to my ES charts. We got to go to the Boomer Bollinger Bands. let's start there. I talk about anytime Bollinger Bands are starting to come back inward, I look at my 30% line, which is my beacon indicator. It's free on NinjaTrader. If you want it, you could email us. We'll put that email actually in there. If you want any of the indicators that a lot of the people are offering in here that we're going on, you could have access to them on the NinjaTrader platform. But this is the 30% line. I was long calls. And on this day right here, Pharm, I put a tweet out saying, you know what? This was the day that got me out because I looked at it and said, we should have, and you and I were talking about this. I look at moves as when they're underway, and I was pretty bullish. And I'm like, look at this market is giving me, it's above the 8 and the 21. We had a good low, not a great low. We stabilized above my 30% line, which was 56.80. Everything was pointing that we were going to 59.30. We were talking about the 50 or the 34 day up there. I had my yellow line up there, which is my midpoint. And all of a sudden I looked at it and said, you know what, man, I had been scaling out of this and I had saw a big chunk of money come back. And I said, you know what? And it's a little bit different with options. Ninja doesn't have options yet, but it will eventually. And I'll talk more about these types of things that I look at with options on futures. But I was looking at it going, man, if this now time is against me. So it's like, if it doesn't happen by my expiration, like this trade is no longer good. I mean, I just got, was like sucking the money right out of my account as they were coming down, even though the chart still looked bullish. I'm going, you know what? Let me pull back here. And so I covered my position and I said, what's interesting about this is when I looked at the market at that point, I guarantee a lot of people did as well. The market looked like it was stabilized for a low, possible run into the end of the quarter, right? I know Pax had talked about this. A few other people had talked about this, saying, hey, you know what? Maybe, you see some window dressing, which really in a downward market doesn't kind of make the most sense. But yeah, I mean, you see a little bit of a push up into the end of the quarter, right? And I really thought that was very likely. It didn't happen. And when we rotated back down, all of a sudden things got weak. I talked about this morning, and I want to make this is such an important point. And if you heard this earlier, you're going to hear it again. End of the month, end of the quarter is so unique in the sense of it's more about what people have to do, not what they want to do. And there's a big difference there. Because when you get into end of the months, end of the quarters, what's interesting about the futures markets, which makes them, as far as I'm concerned, the center of the universe when it comes to the price of the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, the Russell, and the Dow, is that it's the easiest, most cash-efficient way to get long. It's the most easiest, cash-efficient way to get short. So if you have not been long, you could step into the futures markets and get long. If you've been long the underlying, go back to the collar trade. You can be short futures. Obviously, you could be long puts to hedge against that big long-term portfolio. So futures markets are the most liquid and most cash-efficient way to be able to hedge these bigger players. I mean, we think about it a lot of times in a box, the smaller traders of the world. You look at the JP Morgans and the bigger players, this is a way for them to take a portion of their portfolio and get a large return or use a portion of their portfolio to hedge against a big portfolio, right, that they have. And when you get towards the end of the quarter, you get expirations and things. This is why, like Jem Croissant, who I think is fantastic, he talks about this. That's his world, not mine. But that's why he's been so good with dates. Things like this, of this nature, this is what happens. And now you get into the end of the month, end of the quarter, and you got trap longs and you got people that maybe haven't been hedged, and all of a sudden you get this thing run into the close. So I just want to say one thing before I hand the charts over to you, because I kind of said a lot there. If we can't regain 56.80 on my charts, my downward target is 53.11. Now that's quite a ways away, but to me, unless we regain 56.80 on a daily close, 5,300 is my target. And when I look at across the board, all the markets right now, and the final thing, Pharm, we all look the same again. The indexes are working together. Russell's the Dow's the furthest from the lows, but if you see all four indexes today starting to make lows, or you see all four indexes starting to rotate back up and maybe take out the overnight high, these are going to be powerful moves. Watch that as a short-term day trader. Understand that your technicals maybe aren't the center focus for today because there's so much going on. But if you see the markets working in unison, I think it's going to be a very busy day, probably opportunities on both sides. But as Pax said last night, if we start getting lower, do not be in a hurry to pick bottoms in this market. And that's what I've got for you.
Yeah, I like that a lot. And I think, big picture, this is probably going to be the first quarter in a while that I will bother marking the quarterly close and the quarterly low. Because, if you just think about candles, we don't often look at quarterly candles, but, if you just think about candles and you've got a 30-minute candle or a daily candle or what have you, where, candle one is nasty and red, imagine our quarterly candle here, and then the next candle opens, trades lower, leaves a nice lower wick, and starts to form some kind of a bullish hammer, that's one thing. I mean, the same thing occurs on a quarterly candle, a monthly candle, weekly candle, daily candle. And so I think keeping an eye on how that quarterly candle is trading is really important because, again, if we in April and in Q2 start finding new lows below the lows of this quarter, then I mean, it can get pretty gross. I mean, when JPM strikes their new collar trade, their long put strike, their short put strike is gonna kind of startle some people, I think, because what do they put it like 20% below spot, something like that. So I mean, that's gonna look kind of spooky. But even the long put strike's gonna be talking about some levels that we haven't seen in some time. So I'm definitely paying attention, just big picture, on the quarterly. And, if you just take a look at the daily, so this chart is back adjusted. So I'm actually keeping my Ninja chart back adjusted. I don't back adjust. And so it just gives me a nice way to, look at different chart sets and, look at one that's back adjusted, one that is not. So, we've made new lows on a back adjusted. We have not made new lows on ES. On a non-back adjusted chart, our mid-March low was 55.09 and a quarter. NQ actually did both back adjusted and non-back adjusted. It just kind of swept it. And I think that's part of what some of this relief is here, is a quick sweep of the NQ mid-March lows and a bit of a pause there as, traders were pretty much max short at that point in time. And we talked last week, and that was one of the clues for, what was it, Wednesday or Thursday, where they just came, it was Wednesday, they just came out slinging them, right? And we had talked that morning about, like, let's pay attention because, if we open, we drive lower, we drive through the overnight low, the prior day low, and we just keep on going, then your bigger sellers are back and we've got to pay attention. And I think that's important on a day like today because, and so like levels, whatever, if we're in the middle of a giant puke, really your biggest levels are what matter the most, and some of your smaller levels really just don't. And so I'm just looking for, if we open up and we drive lower and we drive through these lows, then it's just kind of hands off the buy button until sellers puke it out. That's kind of my stance, and that's kind of your big clue because we did gap down 6 p.m. open, so you can see where we closed at 5 p.m. We had already puked after the bell on Friday, and then we gapped down. We haven't even filled this gap. We got some chop and some balance. Sellers made an attempt to drive this a little bit lower. Nothing yet. But if we get that opening drive lower and they take out these lows, then it's just kind of hands off to me. And there's always a tendency, I feel like, with a lot of newer traders, especially, you see a huge gap down is to rush out and buy. And, that probably worked a lot of the time in 2024, and it might work today. I don't know. We'll see. But it's kind of a tricky situation because, again, if they just open and they drive lower right through that overnight low, then it's probably not going to work out very well for you. So I watched the first, you've got traders that do 30-second opening range, 5-minute opening range, 30-minute opening range. We've talked about that a little bit. And so I think monitoring all of those. But, for me, in a big gap down where we're gapping well below a prior day low, I'm sort of looking at the 30. And so if you're going to get a gap down buy reversal, you're going to see that first 30-minute candle hopefully have a nice tail, close green, and then, your second 30-minute candle of the day, or B period, it's your 10 o'clock candle, opens and then just drives higher. Then, you're looking at a potential gap down buy, and you could start cracking back up through some levels, maybe test, fill in this gap from 5 p.m. on Friday, and then test, Friday's low, things of that nature. But we're so far below Friday's low at this point in time that I think you just have to be a little bit cautious here. And if they are selling them, then give them a little bit of room, I think, first.
The main thing I take away from what you said this morning, and it's so important, is that when we start getting really busy, you've got to focus in on your biggest levels. If you've got a chart that's got multiple levels, you almost want to erase the ones that are in the middle of these kind of ranges and don't look for too many trades, because the bigger levels, they're getting hit. And so you rather have your bigger picture homework support you versus your really short-term stuff, and lean more on that, because this way at least you have the higher time frame potentially working with you if we were to hold those levels or fail to hold those levels. I think it slows everybody down, because one of the things coming into a day like today, especially on a Monday, everybody's a little bit foggy, staying up late, watching White Lotus, drinking tequila or whatever they're doing, right? So you come in the morning, it's a one-way ripper, and you get all these little signals, and you're just over trading it, and you find yourself spinning in a toilet bowl. That's what we used to call it. It was like the toilet bowl. You just keep spinning on your whole way down. Slow things down. Look at your biggest levels. Ease your way into the day, into the week.
Yeah, I think that's right. I'm not a huge fan of trading large gaps outside of a prior day range. So profile traders will call that a true gap. So well below the prior day's range. It's one of those situations where it's like, you don't want to come in and short because, you feel like maybe you're shorting the whole, right? But at the same time, it's hard to buy it if they're puking them and you're just trying to catch a falling knife. So it can be difficult. And so for me, if you're just looking to pick off a day trade, I mean, just keep in mind, if you're day trading, like your job is just to make money for the day. Your job is not to be right. Your job is not even to get the ultimate direction right for the day. Your job is just to make money. And so if you wait for an entire hour and just see how the profile sets, and then just pick off a trade, and even if you pick off 10 handles and the day's range is 120, if you're going home with cash in the bank, then what, you've done your job for the day. And to me, just people get a little bit too excited into the open, and they want to make sure that they nail the move. And, is this going to be a gap down buy or a gap down and go? And they just jump in right at the open. And so for me, I don't trade the open a huge ton unless there's something really setting up that I like. But, yeah, big levels. I mean, when VIX is 12 and you're trading at the top of an uptrend, I mean, you might have minor support and resistance levels, 6 handles apart, and it takes 2 hours to get from one to the other. You know what I mean? But this is a little bit different. So I'm zooming out, monthly levels, major spots. You mentioned 53s. I mean, you've seen, I'm sure, my pin tweet on X. I was looking for 53.75 SPX, and some of that came from, obviously it comes from ES, but I was extrapolating because I was saying, okay, well, maybe we hit that before contract roll, right? And so let's say, because I'm looking at 5,400-ish, 5,390 on ES, I think pretty much every profile trader is, as being a big spot. And so that roughly would have probably come in at about 53.75. And there's a big spot on SPX there anyways for me. But yeah, to me, if this comes down and we're puking for a couple of days, I would like that. I mean, not just have cheaper prices to get long and not just to be right, but I really think we need that washout. We didn't distribute for 2.5 months up there. And that's how I saw it anyway, is just the selling. RTY started in November. It was the same exact sequence as 2021, and starting with RTY, just like 2021. And then NQ came second. NQ has not, if you're not on a back adjusted chart, has not made a new all-time high since that December high. Remember, we had that funky contract roll that was so crazy. So this has played out exactly like 2021. And so, just monitoring for big spots. And I think you just need to get a complete and proper washout. We got NAAIM down to mid 50s or something last week. I said it, a week or two ago, give me 30, blood in the streets, just completely wash it out, reset things. And we're going to rally 7%, maybe 10% off of a really good low in a couple of weeks. And it would make for some fantastic trading. So, who knows if we get that, maybe we come in here and do some kind of a, double bottom type thing and rally, and, that's fine. I wouldn't like it a whole lot, but if they're puking them, just let them do it, is kind of my approach here.
Yeah, a few things. First off, good morning, chat. We see the good mornings continue to come in. 2 weeks in, Pharm, over 5,000 subscribers, new subscribers to NinjaTrader for NinjaTrader Live. Pretty cool.
Not bad.
People are coming. People are watching. Hit that like and subscribe button. Make sure you tune in with us every morning. I'm foregoing some of my beauty sleep to be here and ready to go at 8 a.m. It's like the old days. I used to wake up and I did that when I was a young guy for many, many, many years, going to the Euros and the freezing cold on the train and the S&P, and now I'm in Florida and I'm waking up going, it's back to being up at 5:36 for me doing the prep. So I really appreciate everybody tuning in. It's really great. Wish list prices. That's what's fun about markets like this, is that when you do all this work, if you stay patient, you get prices you never thought you'd see, right? Short or long. I mean, look at that recent rally. It was a big rally. If you want to be short, you get ample opportunities to sell rallies. If you want to be long, and we're talking bigger picture, we know most everyone here is day trading. And all Pharm and I are trying to do is help you guys paint the picture for what the market environment is. And we know there's going to be a lot of intraday action throughout. But it is important what I try to do every morning with everybody on the panel is just get the right framework set up for the day. Like, where is the bigger picture leading you more, so this way you could be a little bit more with better discretion of choosing direction, because today into tomorrow, I think you're going to have the potential to get prices you maybe didn't think you were going to be able to get just a week ago. And so don't be in a big hurry to micromanage your trades. Don't be in a big hurry to just be really super short term. Slow things down, exist through these times, because that's really where you're going to build your future, because you're going to get experience trading end of the months, end of the quarters like this with the collar trade, April 2nd, all these different things. Some people will say it's this on Twitter. Oh, it's not tariffs. It's this, it's that. Doesn't matter. Understand we're very busy. And understand that you need to just slow it down and have your wish list. Do your homework. Believe in it. If you believe in your preparation, then you'll be patient. Then you'll be disciplined, to which people don't define those in any other way. They say be patient or be disciplined, but the only way you get there is through your preparation, number one. And so that's what we try to do every morning. And I agree with you, Pharm. When I look at all this, it's like we said this the last time. I didn't love the last low. We brought this up with Leo, the Order Flow Labs guys. And look at, here we are, you're taking it out. And then, we need, in order for the market to really find solid footing, and again, this is more about understanding the big picture, thinking about that, you need to wash out. And we'll see if we get it today. If we don't, if we start to rally here right at the open, it gets very interesting to see what this looks like with this collar trade of 55.65. We've been talking about it all morning. But it's about that time. Every time we get to around 6-7 minutes in, I like to have you just lay the framework for honing in on what you're looking at coming into the day. So let's walk us through some scenarios heading into the open.
Yeah, I mean, I would watch, and actually I'll touch real quick on April 2nd, because I sort of alluded to that at the beginning, and then I'll get into today. A lot of people, again, are hoping that it's maybe not as bad as we thought, and we get a nice rally. I actually want it to be worse than we thought, and we sell. Because, you really think we're going to bottom on tariffs aren't as bad as we thought? I mean, we're probably not going to bottom on some good news or some relief. Give me a bottom, just a capitulation, bloodbath bottom, because he comes out, brimstone and hell, and everybody that's long just gets the hell out, and it's a complete washout. That to me is going to be a lot better low. In big picture, I mentioned roughly 5,400 ES. I mean, if that spot roughly, call it 53.75 to 54.10, even 20s, 54.20s, if that spot doesn't hold, then and honestly, it kind of looks like it wants to go to last year's volume point of control, which, depending on your volume profile settings, could be 52.40s, 52.50s. So that's definitely something I'm looking for, big picture, that I think would be nice. But again, in terms of today, and give me 1 second just to mute that notification. For today, last week and the week before, we had very clean levels to work against from the prior day and the prior week. Well, today coming in, here's my 30-minute, showing weekly profiles. Here's last week's range. What do you have to work against, in last week's range? Below. That's it. Same thing in terms of Friday's low in the ETH gap. So to me, I mean, if we open up in here, we could see some further chop before a decision. I would be watching right at 9. It's gonna be right when I get off. Of course, this is gonna happen, but I'd be watching right at 9. And if you just take these highs right here, I want to see if right at 9 we start to sell again and come down, and then kind of what we do with these lows. Do we take out these lows, or do we form some additional balance? Because I feel like this here wants to turn into a range that you could then work against after maybe the first 30 minutes. But so to me today is live read only. It's not like I'm going to plan to buy this. I'm going to plan to sell this. I've got a fully bearish lean. I'm not looking to be long unless I'm given a damn good reason to be long. We're way below Friday's low. We've got an open ETH gap that, I mean, didn't even come close to getting filled. We didn't trade a single tick above, the 5-minute opening range from, the 6 p.m. open. There's absolutely nothing that I see to be bullish about. We do not have a good low. And now NQ has, an after hours low because it just made a new low on a non-back adjusted chart as well. So to me, it's just purely going to be reaction trades. I'm going to watch the opening range. If we, on this gap down way below Friday's low, if we can't trade above the open, it becomes very simple. I mean, just stay short until the short has worked its way out. If we are trading above the open and in fact cannot trade below the open, then maybe you have some cash hour participants that are looking to buy. Traders had gotten pretty short by about here. We've gotten a little bit of relief. To me, this is most likely just a bit of a reset in positioning. Everybody was short. You got some covers, maybe some buyers stepped in. And this is just relief. Maybe we chop in here. So it's really all about the open to me. And, again, if you get that 30-minute reversal after the open, so first 30 minutes, there's no interest below the open. We're trading higher. The session is in an uptrend. That second 30 minutes then takes out and sustains above the high of the first 30 minutes. Then it starts to look like we're coming back up to, fill in this gap here, the ETH gap, and test Friday's low. So that's why if I'm looking for a long, I would rather buy a dip sometime after the first hour, maybe, at least after the first 30 minutes, if we've proven that we can sustain above. In terms of longs, I mean, unless, sometimes they just open and they just fire and go, and sometimes you have to roll with it. I just don't expect that today. And I'm definitely not looking to chase any kind of rips. And then similarly, if we just open up here and drive lower, then, I'm hesitant to short the whole necessarily. I would like to see that first 30-minute form. And if we're breaking new lows, after the first 30 minutes, and especially after the first 60 minutes, then it's just going to be a disaster, and just let them puke it out. Now, there will be good longs, right? When you get these bearish trends, these bearish days, there can be fantastic longs where, you see the pace kind of slow down and selling. They just get a little bit tired. And then you just get these just absolute face ripping pops. And especially if you're trying to trade calls on those, you can make, 100%, 200% in a minute. It gets kind of ridiculous if there's 0 day. That's fine. I don't think that's for most traders. I think you really have to have a good read on sort of that pace and tempo, and how tired sellers might be getting. So today to me is all reactionary. I'm not planning anything about any kind of level in here. I don't even love this profile a whole lot. I'm just going to wait and see. First, right here at 9, what kind of range do we form? Do we crack back up in here and come, test these highs and find some balance here? Or do they sell it back down and maybe we reestablish a range down here into the open? And then from there, I'm taking, those are just basic box trades. Look above and fail, look below to fail, breakouts with continuation, things of that nature. So really just kind of winging it today. based on how we open, because fresh set of participants each day at the open, and it's a fresh weekly open, and we'll see.
I love this message in chat. As a Pharm is the perfect example of trading by sitting on your hands. Such an inspiration. Tells me I need more conviction before even considering a move. And that's from 2020 on chat. And this is why we do this every morning, Pharm. You lay out a scenario. We know once the market opens, who knows? A lot could happen. On days like today, we know there's a lot of underlying things. I really always appreciate your stuff. And the message to everybody, small and smart, man. Just you don't need to do too much. Ease your way into the week. It's Monday on a quarterly and monthly expiration. There's a lot of data coming out later in the week. We've got all sorts of things going on. Our job as futures traders is to stay in business for tomorrow. Keep it small. Be smart. Pharm, thank you again so much. We'll do this again tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow morning. We'll see you, Deli.
All right, everybody. Give the Pharm Navy the thumbs up, like and subscribe to the channel. And now we will bring in, as we do every morning, Monday through Thursday, that is, from 9 to 9:15, Tanja trades. So let's get Tanja in here. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Happy last day of the month and last day of the quarter.
Yeah, Tanja. So let's talk about that just for a second, because I love that you're today, actually, by the way, because you're patient. I can't wait to see what your morning setups are, going through your homework to see what the day may unfold. I seen you in chat for a while. You heard us talk a lot about all these other things that maybe aren't necessarily pertaining to the charts. End of the month, end of the quarter, any of this tariff talk, collar trade play into your trading today?
Yeah, I mean, like, tariffs have been the key word that trips up the algos, typically to just come in and induce more volatility in the market. And yeah, like you said, like April 1st has been the start date for them, right? So everybody's waiting to see, okay, are they actually gonna start or what? I mean, I know I stocked up on some champagne for my birthday because that's literally my birthday. So I don't know. We'll see if then maybe I could, do some champagne arbitrage, trading. If I have extra champagne, there's nothing, that's not going to go bad. That's what my dad told me, But we had this crazy Friday just drop, right? This outside bar, meaning we took out previous week high and low and closed below that weekly low on the NASDAQ. And yes, it was not a pretty close. And, during that Friday drop off, I was talking to my chat on Friday saying like, hey, you guys, if you missed some of the move this morning, because after the 10 a.m. news, it just straight dropped pretty much like 200 points towards that previous weekly low there. I was saying like, this isn't the end of the move. You're still next week. There's, that's lower prices are coming. It looks quite bad from where we rejected. The S&P retraced 50% pretty much from that drop down to the T. NASDAQ didn't. It was a bit weaker. And then we continued dropping. So, I mean, from there Friday, I didn't in the morning catch a trade, but I did swing puts over the weekend. So I'm probably going to be managing that right at the open, but to just take some profit because they are short-term expiry. I can't wait until you guys add futures options. I'll be trading them on Ninja. And yeah, I mean, it doesn't look pretty. We're gapping down. We're going to be working with those gap downs that I think Pharm talked about, right? Those from here, from like, where's Friday's close, or where's this weekly close here? Looks like we already rejected that on the NASDAQ. This looks pretty ugly. So, I mean, this is where you do have to go on the higher time frame levels, because now we've ran out of recent price levels, right? We're below previous weekly lows. We're making new lows. And then like he said, I honestly wanted to take a look at the monthly chart today, and he had the quarterly up. Like, that's a good idea just to think about in terms of where we are in this candle, like what you guys were talking about, how, you were expecting maybe at the end of a quarter, like some bids to come in, some buyers, because it makes sense. Like you want the low of the wick to be created, especially today's the last day of the month. So, the question is, are we going down first before making that wick? It seems like to me, actually, where's like I like to look at the midpoints of wicks, so let's see. 5,525 on ES has potential to get there first before, and we're already, we took out this wick too, the September low. Wow. Yeah, so those are like, you have to go on the higher time frames now for your levels, and that's what I'm doing. And that's what I'm doing to like gonna be also looking at my fib extension levels as well. Okay, so I'm gonna just write those levels down.
And traders, something that Tanya is doing, writing down. I write. You guys see me all day. I'm always writing on my pad. You and I
Yeah.
have talked about this, Tanya, but I don't think it can be talked about enough. When you write something down, it triggers something in your brain for you to remember it, and it helps you build that patience waiting for that level. It works for me. I have to write things down.
I agree. And then like you review at the end of a session, you look at what you wrote down and see like, oh man, I forgot it. Like I didn't take a look at this. Maybe you forgot or something, but it's how you keep yourself in check, and then you develop a routine on that. I mean, that's what I like to do. I check my notebook and to see what is your plan, because everyone always talks about, follow your plan. Okay, you can't follow a plan if you didn't have a plan or a clear plan at the beginning, That's my point. I feel like so that this way you have a plan. I mean, today I'm also bearish. I think the chat has voted as well.
I think it's
Bearish, right?
58%,
Yeah,
56% bearish.
we're already below 50% of this wick on NASDAQ. And then I was looking on the daily, but this is 1906.64 for September's low, I believe, on NAS, right? Yeah. 064. Yeah, we're gonna have to be looking at these
They're saying we're
timeframe levels.
twinning on the chat because I
Yeah, we're
have red
both
on, you have pink. Look,
like a
we're twinning.
coral. I mean, it's the vibes. You guys, should I change the color in the background to red? Or
Let's see.
what? Should we keep it to purple? Honestly, let's keep it purple for now, because I don't know if the other ones I don't
I like
really
the
like
purple.
to be I don't really like to be like having a red background. Even I don't like being a bear, even though like I will short, but I'd rather have a green background for a green PNL. Red could mean red downside, but also could mean red PNL. I'm not
It could.
superstitious, but I'm a little stitious. That's an office reference for anybody.
I was in a drawdown and I wore a pair of black Nike Air Max and I pulled myself out of the drawdown. This has got to be, I don't even know how many years ago this was, at least 15 years ago. I wore those shoes until they fell off my feet. I mean, that's how bad it was. I'm not superstitious, but man, I'll tell you what, that drawdown was so bad and so long. I wore those shoes. I go, I am not taking these black Air
Wow.
Max off. I made every outfit work for them. I wore them. I still wish I tried to find them. They were all leather black Air Max. I miss those
Oh,
shoes.
all black. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Back in
Wow.
black, Tanya. I needed to get back in black. I was doing everything I could, reaching.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm getting an error right now. All right. I might have to just. I got too into my fibs and my NinjaTrader. I'm gonna have to probably restart that in a sec. All right.
As we could see this morning, now we're starting to get a little bit of, we're almost in the middle of this overnight range now, aren't we? I'm going to actually take a look at this real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, overnight high I didn't even know. It says 5,600. I don't even, I guess we did trade that. And the low was 52, 48, 29. And we're basically we're right at halfway back at this overnight range. Really makes it tricky for the open. You're going to be the one live trading today. So,
I know.
and we've talked about it all morning, just to be patient. And, you come in on a gap down in the middle of the range. And I was looking at Pharm's volume profile, and that thing just looks so sloppy to me too. I'm like, man, it doesn't even look like a decent bell curve. There's no edge right now that I see from this overnight range. I'm going to be very curious to see what you do throughout the morning to see how the market sets up for today. And really the key word is really just sitting back, right? Tanja, right on the open today, because even from what you saw in the overnight, and I know you're getting your charts up, it's about letting this market open today and not be in a rush. People forget how long of a trading day it really is. We're so everyone's trying to be done so early, but days like today, it's one of those things where I think you really, really, really have to sit back and say, I am going to wait to get the prices I want to get. I'm going to wait to see the reactions I want to see. And that to me is what I think you just have to continue to reinforce yourself this. And that's the one thing I've always said about Mondays as well, is like Mondays, a lot of times people get blasted on Mondays because they come in a little tired, and they come in and you have a one-way market, and it's easy to want to fade it or to over want to participate in it. And it's just one of those things where you can easily get twisted and turn around. Ease your way into the weeks.
I mean, yeah, because everybody comes in, they're kind of like, they want to get into their first trade of the day, maybe, and they're kind of eager for it.
Right away.
So don't make your first trade a bad one,
Yeah, Tanja, if you have to restart, Tanja might have to
Yeah, I
do
might
a
have
quick
to
reboot if she does.
Computer just decided to go wild on me. I'll be back in a
All right,
second.
we'll see if maybe we can pull up my charts.
Yeah.
She's not going anywhere, everybody. She's going to be trading with us all morning this morning. So we'll go to me and maybe my charts. And I actually want to go over a couple of things I want to see here. It's just us now, everybody. I'm taking a line off of Merit. It was probably one of my funniest moments so far in NinjaTrader Live was I go, all right, Merritt, I'm going to let you go now. You got the keys, take over. And I remember going into the other room, into the production room in the back, and I sit there and I see him go, it's just us now. I will never forget that. It really made me laugh. It's so hilarious. Okay, so while we wait for Tanja to come back and get her charts, a couple things I want to talk about real quick is, first off, Trader Kane, what's up? He's in the chat. Trader Kane will be live in studio this week on Wednesday, so that will be fun. We've got a whole lineup packed this week. This afternoon, we've got Leo and Nick for a tick as well, just stacked. But I want to go to the S&P on the daily, and this is something that I look at, and it's so important to me because I just really can't say enough on how much this has helped me over the years stay out of what I would consider, there's so much could happen in a tape, right? When you say, when I want to stay out of the wrong direction. For me, when I see Bollinger Bands, and we got our Boomer Bollinger Bands, I'm trademarking that. When I see the market contract with the Bollinger Bands like we did in this area right here. So you see how the Bollinger Bands were contracting, and now you see the bottom is starting to open up. So you see how that starts to open up. Actually, if you go like this, and it's such a simple thing, but what it's telling me is that volatility is expanding again. Captain Obvious, we all know it is. But when I start to see that and we start to take out a low and that mouth starts to open, it tells me that we're set for a whole new range, that the market's not only looking to make a low, but it's you don't know, people will over anticipate trying to buy that bottom. And when I see the mouth open like that, it just tells me that you're nowhere near it. And when I say nowhere near it, meaning that like until I see a low made and the Bollinger Bands start to get flat and start to come back in, because it's really a really super simple good indicator for this, then you come in a little bit late, even though the low might already have been made. But now you have a scenario where if you look back here, look at what happened on this bar right here. If you go back and look, I'm actually going to move this over here like this. I'm going to show you something. So if you look right here, see how the Bollinger Bands were contracting and then we started on a move like this? Look at what happens when the mouth was open the whole time. So we're getting into that type of scenario again. Not saying that's going to last as long, not saying it's going to be as big, but we are in a scenario where on the daily charts, this is something that sets the tone for me, and you understand the context of the market environment. People are asking me, what are the dots? The dots are, so basically, you know how Tanja is doing her fibs on her, she's looking at certain fibs at certain levels, and she's taking certain highs and certain lows and seeing where they are. I am doing that on Bollinger Bands. So imagine if you took a Bollinger Band and then you did a Fibonacci retracement over it. And this would be 70% is red, 50% is yellow, 30% is blue, and the bottom is the peak. So I do it on the peaks. And the reason why I do that is because when you're in the center of the peak of Bollinger Bands, that center point will tell me if we're leaning more towards momentum above higher or lower. So if we stay below yellow, which we have been, momentum is lower. And when we get below 30%, momentum is accelerated more towards the bottom peak, which is why this morning I said, if we start to sell off, my big picture target's 53.11. So until I see a daily close above 56.80, my target's 53.11 in the S&P. I believe we have Tanja back, so let's add Tanja back into the mix here.
What's up? We are back.
Tanja,
Hello.
you didn't have your charts. We didn't have, yep. So now I'm going to turn the keys over to you. You are our live streamer today for, so as long as everything's good by you, I'm going to let you run with it and get ready for the open.
Sounds good, everybody.
We are good, everybody. See ya.
All right, so I'm just marking out with the fib more weekly levels. I mean, you have that NASDAQ, we have that huge wick there. I remember when this wick, we had like a bit of a divergence there between ES and NQ on that wick, right? Because NQ took out this previous weekly and ES didn't at the time. I mean, I'm marking out. I mean, look, 5,400 is a big level. That's a 5,408 here, but then 5,400 is really close, and that's a psychological level. We could get there because, yeah, like we said, it's the last day of the quarter. I mean, we'll see. But those are also just like levels for the future. Okay. Okay. And then I'm just going to go back to the daily, everybody. Let's see. Took out that previous weekly low on ES. And then also, like, what was the previous weekly? This, right? Friday. I mean, we're a long ways away from there. Yeah. We'll mark out Friday's low as well. Go to back to the 4 hour. We have 12 minutes until the open. You know, there's no more divergence there between ES and NQ. Remember on the daily when we had an inkling of the divergence, and then we did retrace 50% on ES. On NASDAQ, it was even weaker. It didn't retrace 50%. I remember, you guys, I was literally long that day and holding for more. I was adding and holding for more because I wanted 50% retracement based on like the 4 hour on NASDAQ, and I got stopped in small profit. And I'm very thankful for that, because then that was literally the start of the market structure shift to the downside on this day, the 26th. And then, we completely took out this gap, the Sunday gap up as well. We filled that into the T on ES. Actually, I wanted to put that up again. Well, it's here. Yeah. We filled that to the T that day. We tried to bounce and then it failed and then it took it out. And then again on Friday, we took it out again and closed below it. That's when the bloodbath happened. And, if you look at the daily, we now have three red candles, 3 down days, but this one was a small one, but we just had one large one. So honestly, could have another one. It's totally possible. That's not out of the question for me. With the gap down though, I mean, I'm kind of anticipating a move up probably to the beginning of the session, because I'm just thinking about, how many people went short over the weekend and are going to be taking profit. That's potential. I mean, I know I am at the open. I'm closing some puts, but on my options account. But so we could just come back up into this gap down area. That could be a false manipulation leg to the upside, and then that could be the 9:30 Judas swing. We can then see more downside. I'm kind of framing that in my head as potential. I'm up for whatever though. I think Pharm said he's mostly reading price today. I think today might be a harder day just to be an intraday trader versus a swing trader if you swung short. So we're opening up down like 1% or so. So we'll see. This is the 4-hour now. I always move from the weekly. Well, I even looked at the monthly candle today because it's the end of the month. Last day of the month, last day of the quarter. And we're near the lows of that. So it's been a wild past few days. Kind of been fun. Just gotta stay on your toes, And also, if you miss a move or something, it's always longevity over the small. Like, oh, I missed this. Yeah, just make a note of it. But on Friday, I actually had a good stream with my friend Jake. After you have more years in the market, you definitely see things from a different perspective. It's not so much of a rush. You do want to capitalize on the good moves when they happen, though. Because a lot of times the market's just ranging, right? So if I thrive in the trending environments, right? So if they're ranging and then we get a trend, I miss a trend day, then that's not that great, because I want to capitalize on the moves when they happen. So we have this is their open from Sunday. Right here, yeah, you have this gap. Then we did come back up into it and then kept dropping, looks like, for NASDAQ. But I'll keep this highlighted because it is a volume imbalance here. And that is part of this little, 4-hour gap. So I'll mark this out from this low to this candle open. I'm about 7 minutes until the open. Yeah, I do like this. And I'll see on the 4-hour what that looks like, because this is the hourly. See on the 4-hour, you guys. Yeah, that's pretty much the same. Okay. I'm not picking bottoms in this market really, unless it's a very short term type of thing. It's just going to be way easier to follow downside trend, especially if we have more targets to downside. So what I would love is the open for us to push back up into this area of interest I've marked out somewhere in that some Sunday gap down. And that for that to be the manipulation leg back up. And then I could take the standard deviation of that as we start shifting lower for targets to downside as well. So I mean, that would be good because then if we retest this low that I marked out on the weekly, that's a low on NASDAQ. That's like a couple of points of interest aligning there then, this little weekly wick. And yeah, and then I would kind of mark that out up to the low from last week's low. We could go up a little bit more, and that's probably on the 4-hour where the gap is. So I think I will extend this little to the 4-hour because it does exist the same thing on the 4-hour. So, and that kind of lines up with that weekly thing better. Yeah, this wick too includes it now. Okay. See, I also want to do that on ES. Yeah, I think that would be my plan. Yeah, I anticipate short-term bounce probably in the first 15 minutes or so of the day. It's now on the 15-minute candle. I mean, these are some smooth highs. It would be nice to just take them out to the upside first and for that to be our manipulation leg. I mean, yeah, that's I always think about my best case scenario type thing. Yeah. So that I'm ready in case it does happen. Yeah, so this 15-minute, there's no divergences. We're making the indices are moving in sync, ES a little bit weaker because this is that weekly low marked out on ES. We're much close, like this 15-minute candle took out this low, and we're pretty much at that low for ES. Well, actually, NQ is below that low, so maybe NQ is actually weaker. Let me take a look again. Yeah, NASDAQ's weaker. Yeah. Okay. In the higher time frame. Yeah, NASDAQ's well below this weekly low. It's already inside this wick, this huge wick from August, right? I think we got off about 10 or 15% off the highs here. I forgot what the news was at the time. What was it? It was something, I think it was Japan, Bank of Japan. I remember at the time. I think I was like a guest on a podcast and we were talking about that was like, you shouldn't be reading the headlines too much into it or trading the headlines is my point. Because oftentimes, I mean, by the time they start reporting on things too much and they're fear mongering, like the move's almost over. That was pretty much the low here. That being said, tariffs that's a whole new type of policy that we didn't have before, right? It's basically trade wars that are happening. So it's unprecedented. We're living in unprecedented times, people. Get used to it. We always are, though. I was telling my friend the other day, we were having dinner, and she was just saying about how everything's hard and stuff. I was trying to just provide the perspective that, yeah, we're living in difficult times, like relatively. Oh, because she just mentioned, I don't know, the different wars and things. But then if you take into account and comparison, like previous generations, everyone had some sort of difficult, unprecedented times. You had the Cold War, you had the Vietnam War, you had a million things. World War I, World War II. Different generations lived through different things. I think the silent generation had it the hardest, but that's my point. Is your perspective is everything. If you feel sorry for yourself or like think that things are rigged a certain way or something like that, well, figure out how to play within that system, or else like you're not helping yourself at all with that kind of mentality. Is my point. Like, woe is me. I don't know. And that's not really what your friend wants to hear in the moment either, but it's hopefully the most hopefully it's more helpful than someone that's just going to be a yes man. But seriously, I don't even watch the news too much. Like, I'm aware of the headlines, but I'm not like sitting watching the news. Kind of noting, wait, no, we took out both that. So there's no divergence there. Okay. Let's go back to the 15. We have open in about literally 1 minute. I mean, I said what I wanted to see. If we just continue dropping at the open, that's going to be kind of a wild drop. We'll see, you guys. If we just never revisit the gap. This is the open. Here's the open. Let's go to the 1 minute now. Yep, looks like that is a take profit candle if I've seen one, in my opinion. That reminded me to literally take my profit on my puts. Okay. Okay, let's see if there's more further push up. Yes, certainly a bit. Holding up more NQs right at the open still. NASDAQ definitely weaker as per usual. So what do? We rallied about 30 points there. NASDAQ, we're dropping now. See, this is the 830 open up here. We failed. Let me actually pull up those indicators. Have 830, 930 open. So only like a 1 minute pushback up on NASDAQ, very weak now. We just dropped a ton in 2 minutes. We dropped like 70 points, taking out that pre-market low, well below 830, 930 open. Hitting the September low essentially right now. Let's see here, guys. The gnarly 5-minute candle, about 150 points to the downside. September lows being taken out, NASDAQ. I mean, ES, I think already did take that out. But like I said, there's further downside to be had. I mean, if we just had a heavy drop in the first few minutes of the day, and it doesn't look like we're stopping anytime soon, so I'm not going to be doing counter trend trading. But there's no manipulation for me to try a short there. Like I wanted it ideally to come back up into here, gaps remaining open for now, on the 4-hour. So let's see here. What I wanted to see was if ES, I'm gonna make sure that September low was taken out. Yeah, already. Yeah, so I'm just gonna have this previous weekly low as that frame of reference for S&P. So we're pretty much hanging around. I mean, we'll see. Hourly candle just took out this previous hourly. It's an outside candle there. Took out the high and then now the low. We'll see how it closes, but it's not looking good. Back to the 15. Just wanted to see all those little time frames developing there at the moment. NASDAQ looks quite bad. This hourly took out previous hour. Now it's, high and low. So it looks like it's going to continue lower to me. I guess we'll see, but this first 15-minute candle, I'm kind of waiting to see how that goes. ES is certainly a bit, not as weak as the NASDAQ. It's a 5-minute now. There's a 15 on NAS. I'm gonna add the time on ES as well. That's 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. But it looks quite bad. Okay. Nine AM is pretty much the start of the move lower of this leg. So I just marked this out. It's 50% retrace potential. And then this is also a level there that NASDAQ broke. So it could potentially retest this. I think that's that could be a play. Let's see, what is this? This is just pre-market low. So I want to see how we react here. I'll take a short if we have like a rejection essentially. Well, actually kind of interesting here. ES, that would be around the order block, 50%, that range. Okay. Hmm. In case we do end up, I'm just also going to have my micro charts open, so you guys know. As you guys know, I personally like to I like to chart on the minis, but I'll execute depending on the sizing on the micro or the mini. Yeah, we're just ES just made a new low there. Okay. ES making new low of the day. Let's see, what are my levels? Okay. NASDAQ didn't hit that new low yet. So I'm gonna mark out where's our first presented fair value gap of the day. Because on ES it's so it's whenever after 9:30, so that's here. We rejected there. And NASDAQ, it's all the way up here. It's unlikely we get up all the way here though. We'll see. I mean, I'd love it. I would love it if we do retrace and then I get to short that. We'll see though. And then we'd have equal lows to target too, but well, I'll have to see. So far, ES already rejected that and created another FEG here lower. It's a fast moving market this morning. I think the first 15-minute candle is about to close and it's a very strong one to the downside. Yeah, we have about 1 minute left and then I'll move to the 15 for a second. Here, NASDAQ made another new low of the session. It's probably going to end up very weak. The 5 looks very weak. I think we're down probably at 2% on the day right now. Let's see. Yeah, like 2.5. Okay. You completely broke the 19,000 level on NASDAQ, you guys. Phew. So that's a September low, was 60, 64 around there. Okay. Honestly, we could, it looks gnarly. We could keep going. I'm just gonna have that fib back up. I'm gonna trace it here to now. See how this reacts. If this gets inverted, we could potentially reach back up to here and then I'll look for a short, but it really is just respecting every single short-term high, making a lower high. We'll see, but 1, 2, 3. I'm just counting how many swings. 1, 2 swings lower, 1, 2 on ES. Okay. I doubt we get to the first presented fair value gap again on ES. We already respected that. And I have that level 525 for ES. So the 15-minute candle close, let's see how that looks. Yeah, quite ugly. Very large one to the downside. I anticipate there's probably going to be more selling. So I'm probably going to have to end up just getting into an ES short or a NASDAQ short, probably ES because I have a level there that's more obvious for me. 25. 55.25. I'm not in a trade currently, but I'm probably going to end up getting into something based on just how these 15-minute candles are forming. These opens are fast. Okay. About to be 9:50. I don't think we have any more news later on today, right? Do we have? I'm just gonna quickly check. No. Okay. We have Chicago PMI at 9:45, but that's yellow folder. That just happened, and yeah, hit this large candle to the downside. I'm gonna continue monitoring this, but this looks quite bad. See on the 5 for NQ, what does that look like? Yeah, it looks like it's rejecting this order block. We'll see. I do want to see how it reacts to this fair value gap. I do want to see it reject it for more downside. If we do, I might end up just, yeah, taking that and stop. I want to see how this closes. Might have to switch like the 30-second chart or something. All right, I'm gonna try that short, you guys. All right, I'm in shorts on NASDAQ, on micro NASDAQ right now, so I'm just gonna put that in. You know, I just think that where 3 PD arrays fail would be here. I think we can have a lot more downside. If I'm wrong, I'm okay with that, but I think that was just such a large move down. Where 3 PD arrays fail would be 1, 2, and 3. So here 62 is actually my stop. This is just a 5-minute, but I don't think we should come back above this, took out this low, rejecting this open of this order block on the 5. Looking quite weak. I like this wick, how we're just fighting this area, but we'll end up seeing what ends up happening. If I get stopped out, I'm okay with that. But I'd rather be part of this move lower. I think we can get to like, what was it? I think we can get lower like to, I mean, I have 18,594 marked out, but I don't think we'll get that much lower. I'll mark out an extension of this from there to there. Yeah, I don't love that we're inverting this at the moment. We'll see how this reacts to here. I might get taken out, but that's okay. My stop's at the 5-minute high. We'll see. But I might get taken out, and then I'll count this as a manipulation. I'll get back in. Where's my stop? 75. Not yet, but I'm probably gonna get taken out here soon. We'll see. Was it a little bit of drawdown? We'll see here on ES what we're doing here. Yeah, we'll see. I'm putting my stop to this high now. That's pretty much the same. I almost got taken out there, but if this high gets taken out again, then I'll probably get stopped anyway, so. Don't like that we closed above this. It's a pretty, yeah, it's a messy move back up. I want to see an inversion. I mean, I'll add a little bit to my position if we invert this back to the downside. I'll add like 2 contracts or something. But the thing is, I'm going for like a 200-point move or so, you know? So I'm okay with this stop on 5 micros. Yeah, I don't like that we held this right now. Okay, so got stopped out quickly there. Let's see how we end up react. That might be the reversal, and then I'll literally see how we react to here. I'm okay with getting stopped out there if that's just to see that we're getting a reversal here. This got bought up here inversion, and now this, but we'll see if this ends up breaking this swing high with a nice displacement. I'll look for a potential reversal. This will be a breaker. Really depends on if we break this with a nice clean move to the upside. I'll see if we create a fair value gap to the upside, and then let's see here, ES here. Converted this too. It's following some bullish order flow on the smaller time frame here at the moment. I really want to see how it's going to react to this 50% mark. Like I said, I'd be okay with if it manipulates this, and then I'll enter shorts. Or if it takes us to the upside, I'll enter I'll enter the longs, even though it probably would be uncomfortable. I'm not really. I don't know if I'd enter longs actually, because that's, like I said earlier, I don't want to do counter trend trading. So I'm just going to keep an eye on the structure. If we end up taking this high, that's still fine for the shorts actually, because this is the 50% retracement. I did short in a deep discount. So I'm just waiting now. All right. See how we react here. This is also our first presented FEG from the day. We're back in it for ES. I don't want, if ES ends up inverting this, we could really have a reversal there. Yeah. We'll see how this candle closes. There's about 8 seconds left. Is it going to reject this? Or will it close above it? Close above. And this closed above here too. All right. We'll see this candle, and then I might end up entering longs, you guys. Yes, very strong there. If we end up retracing to here, I'll probably try longs. All right, I'm in longs, everybody. I'm in longs. Let me just pull that up now. So that was a very quick push up. That's a good sign. I mean, where does everybody stop? I mean, I said I'm probably gonna hold until we end up taking out that 930 open, 930 high. I mean, up here. It's a reversal. This is where everybody's stops are at, right? 236. Let me see. Okay, so I'm risking like 60 to make 130. See how we react to here again. I wouldn't want this to invert. So honestly, I could probably put my stop up higher, but I just think that like 50% of this. I mean, I'm putting it 50% of this candle essentially. A little bit lower than that, but honestly, I don't think that we should. This should be a sensitive area. Like I could probably put my stop a little lower, like to here, 51-ish, but I'm going for a high target here, so we'll see how this goes. I'm not loving that this rejected here. We'll see how this goes. Again, I'm looking at this FEG here. but I'm in longs. Yeah, I just marketed in here when we were dipping into here. I didn't get could have got a little bit better fill, but if I had, then it's like minus 4 or 5 points. So I'm down 13 points. We're holding this for now still. We're digging into this. I want to see a nice push up now, back above this. Yeah, it's looking good. This is like creating another order block, you know? This is a down close candle. We'll see us displace now above this. Let's see us have a nice energetic push up, take out this swing high now. Let's see. And then I'm gonna move my stop up to here. And then I could probably even add, but I probably will end up adding actually, we'll see. Let's create a nice push up. I really do want us to push up now. Where's ES? I do want to make like keep note of when that hits that high. Okay, I definitely move my stop up now. Okay, I don't want us to fail this now and for ES to just suddenly reverse or something. Actually, ES, we didn't hit that high yet. So we're actually looking decent. I might add, we'll see. I'm only risking 30 points now. I think we're on a lower resistance run higher, so we just made that swing low. We're up 30 points. We had immediately pushed up, then came back. We were in drawdown. I was in drawdown for like 2 minutes, push back up, doing what I want it to do, really. So I'm seeing if it gives me another chance to add, but we'll see. If it just pushes up, I'm okay with that too. We'll cop 130 points or whatever. And then I'll bring out the money gun. We'll see. 36.75. Yeah. 36.75. So I put like 3 ticks below, put 36 as the target. Looks like ES is about to smash through that. But like I said, I have more targets to upside that 4-hour volume imbalance. So I'm okay with holding this. I mean, I said I'm even okay with sort of adding, but I'm kind of wary of adding now if ES took out that high. It didn't take it out yet, actually. So I'm buying 2 more right now. Okay, I just added 2 to my position. I'll take them off after we make another swing high. Okay. I just basically added into another little tiny little FEG. That's now I did put up my stop. I do want to keep note of when ES takes out those highs. I'll take this off after we make another swing high. I think this is a reversal. I don't think that this is a rejection to go lower again. Like this is following bullish order flow. So I'm okay with this retracement back to around break even. At the moment, you can look at this 2 little FEGs on the way up here. So it should respect this. And should respect this. Is why my new stop is here. On this series of down close candles. So let's see us push back up again, make a new high, then I'll take off whatever I added. On the next push up higher, as ES is going to make a new, take out these stops here. To be honest, I want ES, take out this high here. 77.75, and we stopped right before it. That's why I'm okay with adding to NQ at the moment. I think that, I don't know, it would be kind of weird if we reverse here, so So as we like push through this, I think I'm anticipating this to get inverted too. So I'm kind of just waiting until this gets taken out to take off the partial from where I added, like somewhere here before. Even from where I added, I'm not even, it's like down to 10 points or so. So I'm about break even, but I did get into the pitch trade round here. So, you know, it's reacting pretty well here so far. 1, 2, 3 candles. It's 10:05, got plenty of time here. See how this goes. If it inverts this, it'll be bad news. So I'm just watching these candles at the moment. Actually not bad. Yeah, the RR here is really good. I'll be ready to take off the partial. Like I said, we made an order block, the series of down close candle before push up. We displaced above that, had an FEG. So you have a nice sensitive area here. And swing low. So my stop is like, you know, two things get broken, but I do think that it's a low resistance liquidity run, so it should hold up. Yeah, I do think that we're gonna get back to that 930 high. We'll see. At least here, you know, my TP is here, the high of that swing. And honestly, I do have more targets from where I wanted to retrace to, but you know, I'm just gonna take the easy pickings. Anyway, I gotta pay attention now. As we'll see if ES takes out this high. I'm gonna have NQ and ES, MNQ and ES right here, right now, like this. Because I want to take it off if ES takes the high, because you never know, sometimes NQ has been weaker and been hurting me in that sense and been annoying. But anyway, if we displace again, I'll move my stop up again. It'll be basically break even. So let's see. I want it to start displacing soon. It's kind of been a while now. A little dig in here. And 3 or 4 candles on this retracement. So I anticipate some large green candles to the upside soon. I'm paying attention here to take off that partial soon when ES takes this out. Wait until this candle's over. You know. Here we are, close, close. And also now we're gonna invert this most likely. Let's see. I'll wait until the candle's over. It's probably gonna be a nice candle upside, you know. Gonna grab more of the partials, and you know, more points is good. Anyway, it's taking it out on ES, so just took off that partial. Now the stop is pushed up to again to the swing low. Okay, so we're back in that. Yeah, we just inverted that first presented FEG of the day. It's looking good. We are displaced again. More downside order blocks. That's where my stop is now, below this. And I do think we're gonna, you know, this is the 930 high for NQ. That's why I'm going for that. I mean, ES is just hit. Maybe I'll take another partial. We'll see, but it looks good for now for NASDAQ. We'll see. We'll continue looking at NASDAQ here. You know, we inverted this. Looks good. I'm glad, you know, where I got stopped out, it's fine. I said that's probably the start of a reversal. You know, I entered, held, added, partialed, You know, I do anticipate more upside. It's only 10:09, so I'm gonna hold. I definitely think that at least this 9:30 high should get taken. You know, at least this on a NASDAQ. Again, we're falling more. I mean, you could even add here. I'm not going to do that. I already add into profit. I'm good. We did 1, 2, 3, 3 legs up now. Where did 3 PD raise fail be like? The same thing. Order block, swing low, FEG, inversion actually. So I could put my stop to break even because it's this inversion 1, 2. This is the move down, series of candles that were moved on the way down before the pushback up. It's actually, this is the order block, so. It's right there. So I think I will put my stop break even at this point on the rest. Yeah. Because then if we fail here, I want this to hold here. This should be a sensitive area, this order block from the open to the wick, honestly. It shouldn't even retrace too much more than that, so. Let's see. My stop's above break even, took some partial. It's 10:11. Getting another retracement here. Honestly, it's not even, this is not really phasing me. The worst that can happen is stopped break even on the rest. But it's all it's doing right now is retracing to 50% of this leg. So just relaxing here. It's gonna have its drink of water. There's nothing for me to do except wait now. What did I mark out here? Oh, this is the 9:30 open. Yeah, we rejected here for a little bit. It makes sense for us to pull back now. That's a pretty good reaction from that 50% of the leg up. So let me actually put this back up. Did it even reach into it yet? No, so it could reach into it again. Yeah. Yeah, you have an FEG down there that I did reach into. I wicked it. We'll see. It could come back into here again. It's whatever. However long the market wants to take, I'll give it to them. How long am I in this trade for? I entered here at 9:58. 14 minutes, but 10, 15 minutes. Okay. So yeah. Plus I added, yeah, I don't think it should come back to break even if I'm correct. It could come into this order block, which is fine. That'll be like kind of last line in the sand. That's why my stop's below like 50% of it. The order block that I'm talking about is just this down close candle that, you know, took out these two lows. This is a move down, the push back up. This is a down close candle before the push back up. This is, yeah, it's a lower down close candle and it took out these wicks, so it's a decent area. Anyway, so like I said, I could have retraced again because we didn't retrace into 50% of this leg yet, and we just did retrace again. And that's totally fine. Look at the bodies of these candles, how they're respecting actually this first presented FEG. It's pretty good. I wouldn't be surprised if now that's the, you know, the end of the retracement period until the next push up now. I mean, we have equal highs here too. I want at least 9:30 open to get taken. After this gets taken, I'll take more partial, but I do think that this is probably gonna hit. Everything's following low resistance, liquidity run conditions to the upside. It's pretty nice, making higher lows. So let's see, you guys. From here to here. Yeah, this is 50%. We did retrace. We retraced even to 618. Yeah, let me take this off now. It's probably going to be more up close candles to the upside now. Let's see. Will we get it? Will we get it? I don't even know. Oh, this is a fib. What's this one? That's 8:30. This is 8:30 open. This is 9:30, 8:30 open. They're pretty close in, where they are. For NASDAQ, where's ES at? ES took out that high. That's why we took the partials. Retracing again. Don't love how long this is taking, so I might end up getting stopped in profit. Like I said, I thought I wanted this to be at the end of the retracement, so we'll see. We'll see. But then it's going to be kind of annoying garbage action if that ends up happening. Let's see. I'm not stopped out yet, but oh, nope, now I just got stopped. Annoying. Let's see. What are we going to do here now? Just going to wait. We'll see if we end up running a low then. I mean, and then inversion back to the upside. Now you have a divergence at the high though. That's what I don't love. When ES took out this high. So I'm just going to stay on my best lookout here and see what ends up happening. Move. Okay. Inverted this back. 3 PD arrays failed, you guys. I don't like that. So just inverted this, broke this little low with a displacement. We'll see this next candle here, but this could be the start of a move lower. I don't like that. We'll see. I'm kind of just gonna look at that right now for the downside now. This is what I'm looking at. I want to see how are we going to react to this low. And here, those are 2 little points of interest. If we just displace through that, we're probably going lower. $9.46, $10.10. We inverted this and broke and closed below this low. It's not looking good for the bull side anymore, in my humble opinion. We have the S&T at the high too. What's this? Probably like a 2 or 3 minute inversion here. 3 minute. Looks bad. Looks like more downside. But I'm trying to frame a trade then, if I'm going to go into that. This is now a little breaker, bearish breaker actually. I think I'm going to end up shorting this soon. Yeah, I'm shorting this now actually. My stop is going to be above this breaker. Yeah. Where did 3 PDREs fail? Be like here, honestly. Yeah. Above this breaker. Coming back to this inversion, we close below this. I mean, I would go for new low of day. I would. Okay. I just realized, oh yeah, I have to show yeah, I just entered, you guys. Just entered again. You know, it's a good close, actually. I would go for new low day. The breaker high is here. I do want to, yeah, I want to make sure. Okay, that's on NQ. 148 is where I want my stop there. So I'll put 149. It could come back into this little whatever bearish FEG. I'm just taking the earlier entry. In case it doesn't, you know. But I totally can. This is 50% for the people that are more patient than I am. I'm not very patient today because I'm thinking it's a quick move. As we inverted this, I just want the first, I just basically took the close here. I mean, I think, yeah, you know, I think we can get to new low day. Just be careful. I'm being careful. We need to see the next swing lows get taken out, right? So let's see the nice down close candle here. Kind of, you know, playing both sides today in that sense. Gotta be nimble today. Let's see this reprice here and then go lower. So reprice the open of this candle. Let's see, I don't really want another retracement. It kind of sucks. So I want to see a nice move to the downside. I'll try a fib. I wouldn't love if we retraced back up to here, but it would be possible. What's ES doing? It's stalling. Yeah, I think more downside now. I'm sorry, it's because we had that, you know, divergence at the high. I got stopped out. I said where 3 PD arrays failed. When 3 PD arrays fail, your ass is next. You know, that's what I say. Okay, let's see us close nicely below this. If we just wick it, it's going to be annoying. Okay, we're at 1 swing high. 2. We didn't make a displacement there yet. We took that out. We didn't take it out on ES. See on the 15, what's going on here? Nothing really. Okay, I'm good with this one. On the 5, it's coming to this little area. I'm like tempted to take a small partial, honestly, because it's like a let's see what's ES doing. Let's see how this candle closes. On the 5. There's still 4 minutes left in this candle, actually. I don't love these little wicks. It's kind of annoying. I don't love them at all. It's 10:26. Did we retrace 50% of this whole leg up yet into here or not? Yeah, we did. I want to see a displacement here, like now, honestly. Otherwise, I might end up, I will take some partials off the table if we wick this again, because I don't really love this reaction here. Again, we're making these like ugly ass wicks that I don't love in ES. Yeah, ES did not even break that little low yet, so I don't love that. How slow we're doing that. This 5-minute candle still has how many minutes left? I think 3 minutes left in it. 2.5. I'm gonna take a partial. I don't like this right now. Yeah, I took a small partial. I don't like how slow we're dropping down here. Let me see how this 5-minute closes. And let me now like measure from here to here. Because I'm okay with putting my stop at this 141. Yeah, 142. Just the opening of that. Because I wouldn't want it to come all the way to the top of this. It would be 1, 2, and yeah. This is where I would want it, honestly, to continue lower, and it is, but it's super slow. So just waiting. We'll see how this end of this 5-minute candle. Ideally, it completely fills in this FEG. What I was looking at basically is, I wouldn't really like it if we wicked this 5-minute FEG. If we close above it, because that could be the potential reversal area, start of the reversal, but it's not really a shift on the 5. So I want us to, close. Ideally, this 5-minute candle. I mean, we'll see. There's 8 minutes left. We closed in it, so it's okay. It's decent. Let me see on this 5. I don't really like the fact that we could just be bouncing between two. We could reach up again into here. Yeah, when you have wicks like that, you could have a scary retracement. We'll see. Did ES take out that low at all or no? No. It did by like a tick, so there's no divergence there. So I'm at like break even. So I'm happy I took a small partial because it is retracing. Makes the retracement easier for me. We'll see here. We didn't even retrace 50% yet. Took out a low though. Maybe just back and forth action, which I'm like kind of thinking about whether this trade is worth it still. We'll see. With 3 minutes. I'm just trying to see where there's any bearish FEGs or anything. Here, I guess, but this next candle closes in 1 minute. The ES, if it looks stronger, we'll see if this candle closes. I'm kind of debating getting out break even soon. Because I don't like this. Like I said, all these reactions here are not that great. And the retracement to here, I wouldn't even like it if we got there, so. It's 10:33. Well, like last line in the sand here. I would like it to wick this area. We're in the retracement area. If I get stopped out, it's fine. Oh shit. How did I get filled on the other side there? I forgot. Oh, okay. Well, I closed that. Oh, because I took partial. Okay. Well. Okay, we retraced to 50%. Then we had that reversal. Happy with that. Just took a small loss overall there. Kind of a back and forth action today, you guys. A lot of back and forth. You know, we reversed right there before, right there at the top where ES took this out. Then we had a retracement. I tried to short just to go for lower. Got stopped out there. I mean, I am debating going long again soon, but I'm kind of just gonna wait because, you know, now I think, what was that? That's like 3 trades for me today. I'm like slightly red. You know, when I was debating taking my break even, I probably should have, but you know, sometimes just not kind of slow. It's interesting here. Let's see. It's 10:35. I think I'm probably gonna wait until around the 10:50 macro. ES now made a new high of the session now. It's gonna be kind of weird if we don't for NQ yet. It really is stalling a lot today. It seems like. Look, we didn't even take out these highs yet. I'll be waiting for that, but yeah, kind of gonna wait. Yeah, looks damn, that 5-minute candle, the last one just completely like this is a large rate, 90 points there. Kind of crazy. Yeah, ES still has this void up here. That gap just took out this high. I mean, maybe ES has been the play to go long, but anyway, still this little retracement here. You know, you're getting an inversion. I'm sure some people are just longing this, actually. I don't mind that. But I'm kind of being don't want to rush. Let's see. What would that RR look like? If, like 42. It is weird that we made a new high on ES again and on NAS. 120. I'd put my stop here. I mean, that's a pretty good RR. $10.37. Debating whether or not I want to try this long here. Or if I want to wait for more confirmation, since we took out the high on ES. And then the version, we took this out. Did we take this out? Yeah, so then anybody, they would have put, I think I'm gonna wait for another inversion, honestly. That's what I'm gonna do. Which just means I'm just gonna wait for another long setup, I guess, yeah. Here. Then I'll be quick with it, you know? This candle didn't form yet. I'm just kind of waiting now. This isn't, that's not a bad long, 50%. It's here. If we close above here, then I'll get in. If we don't, then I wait. Actually, you know, they inverted this on the 3. I don't know. I just don't love that we made a new high on ES and not on NQ. We like, and then this low on NQ took this out. I mean, we did on ES actually. So I'm just kind of waiting. We're tracing again here nicely. Yeah, I think that this stop is decent here. 77. You know, so yeah, I'm gonna wait until for that inversion to form if it does. It's me deciding whether like the RR is worth it, but I'm trying to decide whether or not, you know, the play is worth it. Because I just don't like that ES And NQ is the weaker sister. But it has all those highs still left there. Yeah, so that's why I'm kind of waiting for another inversion. It is tempting though. 1040. Yeah, maybe I'll retrace again during 1050. We could just kind of hang out here for a little bit. It's been the theme here with these little retracements. But if we close above this area, I'll go in long again, and I'll put my stop just here. And I have a pretty tight stop. Or decently tight stop. I just went on the 30-second just for a minute. We did invert there, but I'm gonna wait on the 1. Otherwise, yeah, like I said, we could retrace again. I don't want to get a bad fill and then have a, yeah. Let's see. Nope. We could retrace again now. We'll see. Not into this. I like that we're making equal highs. I do like that. But I'm not into this. It's a pretty tough session here. We'll see. We'll see how we react. Again, we might take out this low into this like lower FEG slash, and that's in the golden retracement zone. So currently not in a trade. Took so far not bad performance wise, but I'm slightly red. Yeah. Let's see how we react here. It's 1043. Ideally this wicks this area, and then we'll see if this inversion works out. Then I'll take that one. So this is the OTE area, people call golden pocket zone or whatever. Taking out a low in it. Maybe create like a retracement here to go for more upside. I'd be okay with that. I'm just waiting for an inversion to get in like a nice, okay, we'll see here. I want to see a nice close above this. Otherwise, it's going to be crappy, and I don't want to be part of more crappy action. Like the fact that this couldn't hold up for more upside. Remember, I got stopped in slight profit there. I was adding on those longs. Yeah. This is ugly. ES is holding up much better. Bum 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 bum. We'll see, but I'm pretty much waiting for an inversion to get long again, and it's not happening at the moment. See if we close above 128.25 basically. 129 would be the safe one. essentially. If we close above that, then I'll re-enter. I'll be ready, but so far, we wicked into it twice. We retraced into 62% or whatever. Yeah. Wicked that. Now we're going back and forth. I'm not loving it, you know. We'll see at 10:50 what's up. Like 10:50 to 11:10 could be a potential trade there, but at the moment, what was it? Quick move to the downside at the open. We did have a pushback up higher. I feel like maybe I could have taken some more partial off the table. I mean, I think I did fine. I would have had a huge win if this ended up hitting. And this, you know, was kind of slow on my break-even idea, but whatever. That's fine. So it's kind of busy morning for me. I don't typically take that many trades. But they're decent ideas. We'll see if this ends up working out. If I get into one last trade of the day, I would put my stop here. Mm-hmm. 17 seconds left. I mean, it looks kind of good, actually. Looks quite good. I'm ready to press the buy button. Yep, I'm gonna try it. Let's go. Let's see if we're gonna hit those highs now that we've been waiting for. Oh, where'd it go? I'll say I wouldn't want this to come back over here. 107 is really my stop. Yeah. Let's see. I want at least these equal highs taken. I just bought the ending of it, but it could come back into here again. That's fine. What was my initial target? It was like 236, you know. It's totally possible. But I'd probably just I'm gonna be really diligent about after we take these highs, I put my stop at break even, just the way that we're moving today. And if this doesn't work out, then whatever. I tried. And this is my stop on MNQ. You can reach into here again. That's fine. Because I'm kind of buying, you know, in premium of that leg, anticipating a potential just continuation without me. So let's see. We're about to come back up into 930. This is the 930 open. This is what that line is. And this is 830 open. Are we finally going to, you know, push above those? Push above the 930 high would be great too. And then we could get to, you know, my target here, 236. You know, it's a decent RR. I like that. I like it. And plus, after we take these highs again, you know, I don't want us to reject again 930 open. So I would put my stop at break even. Yeah, or this low. I'd probably put my stop at this low. So it's a moment of truth now. I'm just waiting. The more that we hang around them, the more likely I'll get stopped if I don't want us to hang around this area too long. Yeah. And then finally we could get like well, it would be like 90 points. And then we turn green on the day if it hits. I would put what would I have here? The high was 3. I would like to put 3 ticks below, so 236. would be my target there. And all in all, it's just held through a tiny retracement to this little FEG that we created. I mean, ideally that's it. And now we see finally up close candles to the upside. I think ES is pushing up, is it? That's decent, yeah. We'll be watching ES on the side as well. We'll pull up an ES chart too. Have it on another screen as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think I'd rather wait until let's trade through. Yeah. Let's see it through. Let's see the trade through, you guys. Let's see it. I don't love that we paused again. That's crazy. I don't love that at all. We'll see. $10.52. It's now or never. I might end up getting stopped here. We'll see. A lot of back and forth. If we close below this inversion, it's not good for us at all. I would probably cut it. We didn't yet. It's crazy. We did not close below this. This is crazy, you guys. I hate this. I'm stuck in chop. I'm stuck in chop. Still a good RR. I like it. It's just a matter of fact of like if I'm getting stopped out a couple times today, it's just like there's not too much direction today to be trading with. The trend, there's no trend. It's just look at RTH. It's up and down the same range from 930 from here to here, which is about how big is that range? 196 to this. So like if I get stopped out of this, you guys, I'm not taking another trade today. So far, it didn't stop me out yet. See, it'll be good if we start popping from here, but it's 10:54. It's kind of we need it now or never. It's be good if it inverts this one as well. Let's take out these highs. And like I'm going to be paying attention here. Okay. I need to pay attention. If we take this out, I'm putting my stop break even because we should just be, pushing up higher from there. Or like my stop would be, we'll see how it ends up. Not break even because it's pretty close to it. We'll see how it ends up forming. Or I could still get stopped in freaking from this trade. You don't know. I'm stuck. I'm kind of just hanging around this back and forth action now. In 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 minutes. Like it needs to start very soon. If we come back down lower again, it's gonna be trash. So did we close above this? Yeah, we did. My stop's gonna be pushed up now to 108. I don't want this low taken. be kind of trashy, so. Yeah, because I don't want it to come back again here. It would be midpoint, yeah. We inverted again. We should be on our way up now, so I don't want to hold again through. So it's like a 32-point stop now or so, whatever it is. I can't even do math right now. Something like that. 30, no, it's like 30, yeah, whatever it is. 36. Because if we come back down here, yeah, we're just stuck in consolidation. I don't want to be part of it at all. Kind of paused in the midpoint of this, last line in the sand. Now we create another inversion. I'm just putting my stop to here. Because I anticipate these highs to get taken. So if we don't take it out now, it's like, okay, whatever. It's not going to happen. So let's see. It's now or never for this. We're retracing back to this inversion / FEG. This is our last line in the sand for NASDAQ to do something. It's like the stick. Come on, do something. Do something. I need some upside follow through, and it's taking forever. It's taking forever today. Taking forever and might not even happen because of that one. We're gonna enter here. We're gonna enter 1047. We're in this. I'm in this trade for 10 minutes for around break even. That's not a good sign at all. I mean, actually in slight drawdown / break even the whole time. Just means it's choppy action. Da, da, dun, dun. I can't believe we didn't even take out this high yet. This one. At the minimum, it should have done that. Let's see, 165. $10.57. Leading into 11, which is London close. You know. If NASDAQ breaks down here, it's more downside later. But I don't want to be over trading this. I'd be just trading that. Not going to be trading if I'm wrong again. So no way. Like no way. Yeah, I wouldn't. It's chop shop then, or I'd wait until the afternoon. But you know, so far it's been holding up those higher lows, but not really moving up to the upside much. We're in this trade. I'm in this trade for probably like 15 minutes. Losing my patience. Because really what you want to see is like fast moves. See ES. Haven't looked at ES. Yeah, when ES is nearing it's getting close to new high of session now. Let's see, maybe NASDAQ will follow. It really is now or never. It's about to be 11:10 soon. Like I give this trade, if I'm still in slight drawdown 11:10, I'm cutting it. Yeah. If I'm not stopped out by then. Yeah, risking 30 to make 90 is not bad. But I also want to be sure that I'm, if it gets to 2R, I'll be managing the trade along the way. This won't be a full pull just because of the way that this is like super annoying. We'll see. ES nearing new high of day. This will deserve the money gun if we get it. But I'm being super careful here, okay? I said if we take these out, I'm moving my stop up to next low, which would be here. You know, I'm probably okay, let's see. Yeah. Stops moved. 23 points in profit. I'd love more upside. If we just wick this, oh my gosh. If we don't have more follow through, it's gonna suck. But that's not enough for me to partial, you guys, because it's just like a negative R. That's a less than, I was risking like 30-ish. Now I'm risking, 25. So let's see. See if it hits this 930 open, that'd be nice. I'll probably end up taking a partial here. This 930 high. Where you gotta get some legs here now. Gotta get some legs. We invert this to downside, I'll be annoyed because then that means like I'd probably get stopped. You gotta hold this. So honestly, my stop could be even this, but I don't really want to push it too much. Let's see. After it takes this, which is like 190, I'll put my stop break even. This is like so slow. What time is it? It's 11:03. Here it is back in this FEG. Like I said, it should not invert this. This should hold it up if we're gonna go more higher. If we're not, then whatever. It did end up taking out these smooth highs, but there's more smooth highs above, and there's, that whole leg. Gotta be careful though. That could be just it, I don't want to be overstaying my welcome, so I'd be quick to get out if it does end up inverting this, okay? Because it's 11:04. Oh, draw them out a bit better. Okay, it's going well now. For now, did not held up. Let's see. We're gonna take out the high again. I don't love that we just we paused between 930 and 830 high. It's kind of weird. I would have wanted us to have a strong close above and take that out. So I'm not loving this PA today. It's okay, but it's not the best. So I'll see at 11:10. where we're at, if I'm like back at negative 0.5 R, I'm cutting the trade. Slash, if we invert this, honestly, I'll probably end up cutting the trade for a tiny loss because it's just not worth holding on to it if they're not in a distribution mode, if we're just in this choppy mess. We'll see. Because it's just not worth it. Then it's probably gonna end up taking out that low because it just took out a high and we're in some sort of, you know, high resistance condition, but we'll see, you guys. So far, it's okay. It's closing above it. See, 3 seconds left. Yeah, it's all right. It's all right for now. It's holding those like higher lows. It's making higher highs. So there's no reason for me to. I can be annoyed at how long it's taking and for like kind of chopping me up in the process a bit. But you gotta hold it. ES making new high of the session. So wake up, NASDAQ. Someone tell NASDAQ to wake up for me. Hit the like button. Well, maybe it'll help NASDAQ go up too. Likes go up, NASDAQ goes up. Come on, we need a 9:30 open. Bro. At least 192. Yeah, it's just wicking the high. I mean, we're just wick. That's crazy. Still holding this, but this is so slow. It's 11:07. I mean, I'm in profit, which is cool. Because what did I do? I longed like the top of which candle? This candle? I don't remember anymore. This one. I think this candle. I longed here. Yeah. I held through. This is the stop. Held through. It's going well now, but it's a mess. New high of the session. That's good. Dude, can we get to that 9:30 high? That'd be nice. It's an 8:30 open. Be good to have another big, large up close candle again because, I mean, there hasn't been many of them in a row. Oh my gosh, so slow. I mean, I'm a hold. I'm still holding this as long as this holds this little inversion. There's 1 minute left in this candle. I can't believe we're just staying here for now. Yeah, as long as we hold this inversion, I'd be okay with holding this trade. I mean, this FEG, not inversion. We'll see how this candle closes, but if it closes badly like this, I'm cutting this. There's 34 seconds left. The reason why I didn't put up my stop to here is because it didn't take this out with a FEG of displacement. But it's 11:09. The fact that we're back in like break even-ish / small drawdown, like negative 11 points right now. We're not having much follow through to more upside on NASDAQ. ES had more upside. I mean, NASDAQ still didn't take out this. Well, I have to cut this trade here. It's 11:10 and I'm in small drawdown. I'm done for the day, you guys. We inverted on the way down too. That's it. I'm not going to be holding through more chop. So it's a tough session for me, you guys. I mean, if I'm just reviewing what happened here, I mean, I'm small red on the day and like negative 1.5 R here. I'm not going to be pushing more. I mean, we didn't have this upside follow through like we did on ES. I was looking for more on NASDAQ, and you know, I would say probably, I was looking for more quicker action, I guess, and that's why I entered at the ends of some legs and not for that 50% retracement, because I'm okay with that, and it's not like I got stopped. But other than that, I was okay. Yeah, decent. I think here, yeah, I wanted just more, it looked like more downside. I think this has been my I think even on Thursday or something, I tried a similar short to here. I think I'll probably end up waiting for that. But this long ended up being good. It just stalled out on NASDAQ. And probably, yeah, that ended up being decent. This short, I took some partial. I probably could have been more nimble. But other than that, this long, depending on where, you know, my entry was near the top of the leg. So I took a really tiny loss there on here on a time stop because it really is not going anywhere anymore. It made new highs like twice, but like very not much. I wanted more upside to at least here. And NASDAQ's lagging today, so got to be careful. This hourly candle just closed, and it's not really indicating to me much more of a reversal. So this could end up holding on NASDAQ, and this could end up being like a divergence later. So I'm not going to be pushing more trades here is my point, because it's just a lot of back and forth. It could end up getting to my target and I'd be okay with that. It's just I don't want to hold it anymore. Like I said, I gave it a time stop. I was in the trade for a long time, since here, 10:48. I wanted it to complete by 11:10. So at 11:10, I was in small drawdown. If I was in like slight profit, I would have held and just moved the stop up. But yeah, look here, it's very lethargic, very back and forth action. I don't want to, definitely not going to be trading lunchtime, or even the afternoons might be tricky here. So yeah, not not an easy day here. If ES took out this high and NASDAQ did not, ES is a lot stronger here. So we'll see.
Hey, Tanya.
Hey, Jim, how are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Thank you for that. I'm just in shock that I wrote this down on a piece of paper. Micro NASDAQ, 18,800 first hour of trading.
Yeah, 18,800.
Yeah, I thought we were going to break. Even worse.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you thought more downside. Yeah, you know what? I had like, I mean, yeah, I had 18,594 for more downside, but it could take next week. I mean, later in the week, I did try more, yeah, shorts down here somewhere, and then yeah, it's a lot of back and forth here on the. If you just look at the 5. So this is pretty tricky here. I'm not going to be pushing my edge right now until I have more clarity, and it's the last day of the quarter, so don't want to be pressing too much. I tried like 4 trades. What ended up happening is like 1 loss, 1 slight profit, 1 slight loss, and then 1 slight loss. So I'm down like 1.5 R in the day. I'm okay with that. All that considered, I'm happy with that, but it's just what's happening. Yeah, it's just this back and forth. There's not much movement here. We made the how much on the day here, if I want to measure from since 9:30, 200 points or so. Yeah, 200 points were made in the first 15 minutes. And we've been just in that range, and that's a small range for NASDAQ recently. So
Yeah, I mean,
I'm okay with
I'm
that.
surprised. I'm surprised at the price action. I expected something completely different and didn't get it. So, got to give you credit for hanging in there and doing it.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I tried. I mean, I flipped bias for more upside and got some fall through. And then I flipped it. You know, it's like I tried long and short twice. And now right now I'm just like, okay, well, clearly it's either I have bad read or it's just like it's just tough. It's a lot back and forth, and that's it. That's my and that's it. I'm just gonna have to take that for the day. Take the L, and that's it. We couldn't get the money gun out. Couldn't get the 236 on NAS. Maybe later on, but I mean, you got these equal highs taken, and that's it.
Yeah.
And that's it. Yeah. That it
All right.
keeps struggling here, but you know, you guys, if you're people in the audience, if you're struggling today, it's a lot back and forth, and you know, don't push it too hard. Like basically, if you see it's not working out for you, you just gotta walk away for the session. That's what I'm gonna do. It's like, okay, we're back in this range now. I'm not really gonna be looking anymore for any more trades, and that's it.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, again, appreciate you, Tanya. Looking forward to your the next time you're up with us. We're gonna move over and talk about some hot commodities now. So we're gonna bring in Shy from Naples, Florida. Shy, how are you?
Hey, Jim, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. It's pretty good. Good to see you.
Yes, we have something to talk about. We have a mover. Finally, crude busted that $70 area. So let's take a look at that. I mean, we had a lot of tests at that area, a lot of people getting short at that area. I think a lot of this move was, just taking shorts out of the market. But there are some fundamental reasons for this as well. This weekend, we had Trump threaten 25% tariffs on Russian oil if they didn't cooperate the way that he wanted them to cooperate. We had him threaten to bomb Iran, essentially, because Iran didn't want to talk to them directly after that letter Trump sent, and also threatened more tariffs on Iran. And then we had the EIA data, which is kind of close to where this breakout happened. Is January data came in, and surprise, surprise, demand was much higher than expected. It was up 1.149 million barrels year over year. That's a 5.9% move year over year. So demand's still strong, no matter what, in the U.S. And then we had production numbers come down. So we've had production numbers come down now for the third month in a row. I know they're reporting January data. It takes them a while to kind of catch up. So that data is lagging, but we did see at the high in November, we saw about 400,000 barrels come off in December, and then another like 300,000 barrels, give or take, come off in January. So we are kind of seeing, we've been talking about a lot, what is peak shale? Are we going to, our wells are we're getting more water and gas out of these wells than actual oil. And so we may have hit a point where, we've kind of run out of tier 1 acreage, and we might start seeing these shale numbers come down while demand numbers keep going up.
Well, wow. From a chart point of view, Shai, we would call this chart formation a gusher. Sorry, that was bad. That was bad.
But I'm bummed.
That was bad. So anyway, yeah, I mean, you can see this really started right at the 9:30 to 10 o'clock candle, and it was explosive. We just pretty much crushed all of our gamma levels and all of our blind spots. And Jax 1 was that lime green line here in the rear view mirror right now. That was approximately 7.50. Opening range, forget about it. And we're still going up. So we're at blind spot 1 right now at 71.02. I have a target up at 73.16 on a daily chart. The RSI is over 70 though, so we'll see if that matters or not. RSI could stay. This is an intraday chart. RSI could stay over 70 for a long period of time.
It is crude too, though. it is crude too. It does overshoot. We know that.
Yeah, yeah, good point, for sure. And then just looking at this daily, I mean, it's positive gamma conditions, right? High volatility, and we're approaching that 200. I think this is a 200, yeah, 200 simple moving average. I think I added that because you suggested it or somebody did. And we have moving average crosses. We have that 8 EMA crossing above the 21. We have the 8 EMA about to cross over the 50 EMA. This is looking like a strong move up.
Yep, I agree. Agree. Next, let's go take a peek at gold because it's still going. Right? Anybody that's tried to short this market has gotten just run over. I mean, we haven't looked back
Yeah.
basically since late December.
Yeah, I could squish in some more data here. I mean, this has been a tremendous run in gold right now. We've had this was a major breakthrough in my mind. This was it was just short of the 3,000 level where my rectangle is, and we just kept moving. All the moving averages are just shooting straight up, upward and onward. I have a target at the 76.6% extension, which is 31. 74, which I don't know, maybe we could even meet it today, but there's definitely buyers are coming in right now. We have a really nice capital P shaped volume profile with a point of control at the top. This is also bullish. And then R3 is in play for today, 31.68. So yeah, I'm not interested in hitting the sell button just yet.
No, this is the kind of market that's going to run you over. And I think, there is a lot of buying from central banks as well as, it seems like the retail is just starting to jump on this trade this year. I mean, we've been, gold had a tremendous run last year, but we really didn't see flows into the ETFs until, just the last couple of months. So, I feel like flow momentum plus the fundamentals is, driving this market higher, and I definitely would not want to get in front of it. Hopefully, you're all
I
along.
agree with. Yeah, I agree with you on that 100%.
Now let's go to copper because we've been talking about this for the last couple of weeks. We're still seeing a continuation of that pullback that we had noted the other day with the candle, with that daily candle. Still seeing a bit of a pullback on this. I'm not quite sure it's done. There are also a lot of articles out from analysts saying, as soon as tariffs are enacted, which are going to be sooner than later than anticipated, it's going to crush the price of copper. So I think we are seeing some people also take profits ahead of anticipatory. Why can't I speak today? Anticipatory tariffs coming in weeks rather than months.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense from this chart. I mean, I kept my area resistance, which is now support rectangle, on the chart for a reason. This just turnaround is continuing. We wick through the 50% retracement level, and the next step down is at 61.8 from a fib point of view. But I could see us retracing all the way back down if this tariff narrative that we're anticipating over the next couple of days continues, and that makes a little bit more sense to me. And my guess is the expectations are we're going to have a global slowdown.
No, of course we are. I'd watch that. I think that 61.8 is interesting level because we have a little bit of congestion. If you look to the left on the chart, there's a little congestion area there. So we might have if it wicks down there, it might stall out there a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on that. Next, let's go to platinum. We got platinum's another mover today.
Wow.
We got platinum's a mover today. They're jumping in platinum. We've talked about this for a while. Again, this is another one where we are seeing more ETF buying. So, but I've been bullish this market anyway, and I expected to break out over that 1100 area. But it looks like we're kind of, if you draw like, or on my charts, I have a diagonal line for the, each of the peaks of the recent highs, and it looks like it kind of wants to break above that right now.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, we saw this, this attempt to go higher back in March 18th, again with my rectangles, but that's, I would define that as resistance right now. We're right up against it, making this kind of a double high. And I just really quickly on the fly threw that fib extension level in there to give us some targets if we do break that high. And I have one at 76.60. I'm sorry, 76.6% at 1039 spot 4. And it's interesting to see this move the opposite of copper.
I know, absolutely. Maybe we see some move from copper into platinum. But it looks strong. I mean, we have those SMAs all kind of curling up too, which is kind of a bullish sign, I believe. Let's move over to Bitcoin. We haven't looked at that one in a bit.
The Bitcoin.
So, what I call a flag that started breaking down is it a, I know you didn't call it a flag, I called it flagging, but I'm surprised though it's not down more today, given the fact that the move that the indices have made today.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the most shocking market of the morning. I mean, I did expect the stock index futures to sell off more than they did, but this kind of turnaround here is just kind of rocking my world a little bit. Buyers are coming back in and trying to get us back. I have a trend channel instead of the flag, but I could see the flag as well. But it looks like we're trying to get back into there for some reason, and maybe we will. But this was pretty strong today, and again, surprising given the status of some of the other markets. And then when we look at it on an intraday chart, there's still targets up here that are relatively close. We just hit a put support level right now around 8,400 even, and we're still trying to claw our way back up there. So there's a high vol level at 8,500, and then the pivot is even higher than that. So again, I'm not looking to hit the sell button on this market right now.
Absolutely, it does have momentum to the upside. Maybe, there's also kind of a global uncertainty before these tariffs. And so, since it's consistently what we've heard about forever, we're going to have to, I don't know, have an end of day party on the 2nd, saying that we survived tariff day. But we shall see. We have... we have time for one more.
It's like Liberation Day or something, right? That's what it is.
That's what he called Liberation Day. Isn't that what he called it? Yes.
Yeah. Oh my God.
That's too funny. Why we have a couple minutes here? Let's look at silver, which I think is interesting because silver is also weaker than gold or platinum today. But what I like about this market is we're still, we're above that 34 area. I am afraid I can see a scenario where we retest like 33.872 again. Which is just a little bit lower than it was. But I kind of want to see how this daily candle ends, because right now we're kind of at an indecision candle. I'd really like to see this hold again above that mystical, magical 35.
Yeah, I mean, this pattern is not helpful to me at all. I mean, what I would normally look at is a couple of sessions ago, we had a pretty big green candle where we pierced my rectangle up here, which was a double, almost a triple top from yesteryear. And if I put if I just kind of squint and look at the midpoint of this candle, this large green candle, that's kind of important for me. If we close below it, I'm going to start to have a little bit of a negative opinion here. If we close above it, I'm going to have a slightly positive opinion here, just as a general kind of take a big picture look at this market. But yeah, silver's at an interesting level right now. Today's price action is going to be interesting. We'll see where we close.
Exactly. That's exactly what I want to see too. Again, because we're kind of at this indecision candle. So we'll see where it closes. And we'll check this chart again this week on hot commodities.
Very awesome. Well, Tracy, thanks for that. That was awesome. I'm going to kind of go to a midday wrap up now and just look at some other charts and markets.
Fantastic.
All right. We are back. Great morning so far. So as I said, I'm kind of surprised we didn't sell off more. Let's just kind of look at some of the markets and just we'll take a look at some stats and stuff like that, including some gap reports here, which are increasingly interesting. Given this, this is kind of remember we were talking about a gravestone doji. This is kind of the opposite so far, right? We have a gap. We're going to talk about that. Buyers came in though, man. I thought, we were going to get down to that 5509 level. That's a PAX number, if you remember. And so we just missed it by a little bit. The low of the session, 5533 and 3/4. Now, the day's not over, of course, but we're pretty much at doji right now. We opened where we closed. And you could use your imagination and say, yeah, Jim, there's a double bottom there. I wouldn't hold it against you at all. Let's go ahead and take a peek at that 30-minute candle, though, which kind of this is really nice. Before we get to the gap here, this is the E-mini S&P and on a 30-minute candle. And you could see a couple of things which are interesting. Now, I focus on the bodies of the candle as opposed to the wicks when I think about areas of support and resistance. And you can see here, the lowest body of a candle, closed body of a candle, is 57.5, right? And right underneath it, we have that Menthor Q one-day min, which really acted as support. And we have that S1, which really acted as support. In the middle is JAX2, and at the top is that put support level at 5,600. We're trading in between it. The volume profile is not bad. The value area is boxy, though. In other words, it's almost like a rectangle, right? This dark orange. It's almost like a rectangle. You can see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, kind of 5 peaks within there. So there's not a prominent or a dominant point of control just yet. We'll see if that pattern continues or not, but we're trading above value right now. And again, I expect us to get back into that, but maybe not. This was a pretty big breakout candle to the upside, continuation buying, and now we're kind of stalled a little bit. So we'll see if we can get some more traction up. But again, I'm completely surprised at direction. This wick down here, you got to be careful with these wicks, when you get these lower wicks here. This was a 9:30 to 10 o'clock candle where we saw this really, really low wick. So they're kind of dangerous. You have to be careful. That's another reason why micros could be your friends, because you could maybe have some more liberal stop management practices with micros versus the classic. But in any event, that was just a short-lived phenomenon, right? Short-lived phenomenon. So that's the story of the E-mini S&P. And Tanya did a great job of covering a NASI, but let's just take a look at that really quickly here, because there's all sorts of areas of interest on the upside. Really nice volume profile. A couple of volume nodes in the middle of the value area, but I expect this to fill out a little bit potentially. We have that one day, we have the S1, I'm sorry, and blind spot 2 right there. JAX2 kind of held as resistance. Yeah, we've closed above it once, but that's kind of one level. Then JAX3, previous sessions lows, put support, JAX1, pivot, JAX4. So there's all sorts of milestones on the way up if we can get continued traction. But I think what's for sure is we've been kind of the chop. I agree with everybody in the chat saying the chop was part of the narrative so far this morning. So the opening range is, oh, you know what I forgot to do? I can't believe I forgot to do this. We'll do this with, could we do this with the NASDAQ? Yeah, I'll go back to the E-mini S&P. This is something I forgot to do on the E-mini S&P. Let's focus on this with this micro NASDAQ. This gray area here, this is the gap, right? And so I went to Edgefull's website and I pulled a gap report. And what it measures is where we closed last session, which is the top of that rectangle, to where we opened regular trading hours, where we opened today, right? Regular trading hour to regular trading hour. And I made this kind of, I filled that area in, right? And so the gap starts after the opening range. So forget about all this stuff that happened overnight. Just forget about it for a second. So we wicked up into the gap. We're trying to close into the gap. And for Mondays, I did a 1 year look back for Mondays. And it's 80% chance. Now, I always say chance. I shouldn't say chance. It's 80% of the time this calendar year to date, we did not fill this gap when we have a gap down. 20% of the chance we do fill. So again, odds aren't in our favor right now, just from this point of view. But I thought this was kind of interesting because just looking at that gap, it's clear and present that we got some work to do to get up to the top. Let's just really quickly go back to the E-mini S&P and look at that again. The odds are slightly different. The I mean, I keep saying odds. The chance is slightly different, right? We had a situation here where we closed on Friday. Remember, this is a Friday gap, and we opened the bottom part of the rectangle, and the remaining part of the gap to be filled. So you could see we're trying to make progress toward filling that. There's a 60% chance on a gap down year to date on Mondays that we're not going to fill this thing. There's a 40% chance that we will fill it. So for us to be successful, we have to get up to approximately 56.24 half to make this 40% a reality, if that makes any sense. And so I'm digging the Edgefull stats. There's so much stuff on that website. You could spend literally hours and hours on there coming up with a good kind of combination of stats that you want to look at. Let's keep rolling here, though. Let's go to, I think I may have done the same thing with gold. Let's see if I did that. I did. Well, aha. Aha. So again, we closed down here on Friday. We opened up here, opening range. And here is the area, here's the gap, right? Here's the gap. Forget about the candles in the middle again. I'll say that again. So this is a gap up. And year to date, on Mondays, 71% of the time we did not fill the gap, meaning we didn't break all the way back down almost to this pivot here where my crosshairs is. 29% of the time we did. Now, right now, this is looking awfully top heavy. The volume profile and the point of control is actually pretty dominant right now. And I'm going to eyeball that approximately at 31.54. And it's a P-shaped distribution. Capital P is in Paul shaped distribution. So we'll see. R1 is in the way for sure. We lost R1 in the rearview mirror at about 1 o'clock in the morning. And the bodies of the candle, the main bodies of the candle are somewhat sideways in consolidation right now from where my crosshairs is to the highest body you could see on this candle right now. So a little bit of sideways now. Maybe all the drama is over. I don't know. Maybe all the drama is over in gold. And we already went over the gamma levels a couple seconds ago. So let's keep moving. Let's see if I did the same thing with the 10-year note. This also is a really interesting market, especially with respect to what we're seeing, at least this morning with the Fed funds tool at the CME group tracking maybe a little bit more aggressive 3-cut pace for at the FOMC for the calendar year 2025. So this is the 10-year notes, very liquid market, a lot of stuff happening in this market. I love this market because it's kind of smarter than everybody else, in my humble opinion. And again, same thing. This is a gap up, right? This is a gap up from where we closed on Friday and where we opened My rectangle might be off a tick or two, but where we opened it, the 9 o'clock candle. Hang on, let me fix this a little bit better. I'm sorry. Yep, this is the 9:30 to 10 o'clock candle. Move it up just a tad bit. And that's the gap. Now the gap area is getting close to filled, right? It's from where we're trading right now to the bottom. Again, year to date, Mondays, 60% of the time it was not filled, 40% of the time it was filled. Now, in order to get there, we have to get through this previous session's highs as well. And so there's some milestones we have to achieve to get down to this level. But this has been selling off pretty nonstop since 8 o'clock. And what I would do here is I would add, if I could find it, a trend channel, just a loosely fitting trend channel. This isn't like this, not too scientific, relatively scientific enough, right? We'll call it scientifically enough. So those blue lines, those parallel lines, that's a trend channel down, and we're trading in the middle of it, right? And so if you follow it forward here, there's actually a chance we might get a gap fill today. I don't know, but this is a great market to consider, especially especially um, if if you haven't traded on interest rates before and you want to try trading interest rates. The 30-year bonds also are available. We have an ultra 10-year note and ultra bond as well. But this is a good one. It's a very liquid market, mostly institutional, but because it's so liquid and the bids and offers are so exorbitant or robust, I think is a better word, robust maybe, then it's really, it makes sense to kind of, it just flows nicely. It's not choppy. It trends, and it's a smaller size tick, right? Because it trades in halves. So that's my argument why you should trade it. I'm looking at the chat. Yeah, I say Jax. Tracy says, Mark, it's Jax, Gex, not Jax, Jacks. Is gamma exposure levels. Yeah, so I know. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. That's a possibility. That's a strong possibility because Jax is my mother's maiden name, but it's Jaquues. I guess it's French. I don't know. But in any event, um, it's Gex, right? So I'm going to keep saying it, Jax. You're going to have to, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Anyway, here's what they are on the 10-year note, right? So they're really nice levels here. And not surprising. You have Jax 1, that's the biggest gamma exposure level at 111 at 111 even, nice even number. That makes sense too. That totally makes sense if you're thinking about, where the options when you're trading options on futures or even options in on a ETF or whatever. Those even numbers tend, they're in the book, right? They're in the book. Other than that, though, I mean, we had this 1 day max. Which was really nice. I don't know what the secret sauce is here for Menthor Q, but I'm just going to draw my regular rectangle that I would have drawn without anything else. And I would have said, yeah, this is nice. This is nice resistance. We're not going any higher than this. I mean, we've been scraping the ceiling forever, and then boom, we sold off. So don't expect a recovery back. Maybe a gap fill. I want to say gap fill on the downside. Christian, thanks. Very kind words. Appreciate you, Christian, for sure. Um, let's just take a look really quickly here at yields too. Now remember, these are inversely related, right? So we'll just take a look at the 10-year really quickly. There we go. Now obviously there's no options levels here. So let's just go to a daily. Forget about that as well. But here's kind of a candle chart. Again, I thought we were driving to this moving average cross was driving up 2 sessions ago on Thursday. Big sell-off on the 10-year yield, continuation selling going down. Now, what's interesting here is we have a lot of like what I'm going to call buyer's wicks right at the bottom. Buyer 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We get these big wicks at the bottom here is where traders are pushing us back up. That's kind of point one. Point two, though, is these buyer wicks also on the bottom, when the trend breaks, tend to act like a magnet as well, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just put my ellipse around it. I'm going to lose my earpiece here in a second. It's probably going to fall on my phone, but that's okay. No, in my pocket, rather. Look at that. I saved it. Let's go ahead and draw this just around this target wick here. So this is a target wick, right? And we should talk about these more and more during these sessions. But again, we often see this where these dangling wicks here are become targets, right? If you feel like the yields are going to go down, right? Which is what Fed funds might be suggesting. So anyway, keep an eye on those target wicks every once in a while if you're trading something from a longer term point of view. All right, dollar, US dollar currencies are all kind of well, the US dollar is stronger against all the currency pairs, stronger against the sterling, Swissy, Euro FX, the Loonie, Aussie. Yen, of course, is the sole exception, as it always is. The yen's always the sole exception. Even the peso is down a little bit versus the US dollar as well. Let's take a look at that Euro FX if I could find it on my screen. Here we go. The Euro FX it ate my fib line. We're going to have to get out of the way here because this thing is hungry. Let's move it over a little bit. Great currency pair. I can't stress it enough. Every time we talk about currency futures, these are great markets to trade. I have a really nice, and let me just extend my VWAP line too. VWAPs are white. Now, this is an anchored VWAP on a daily candle chart. And we could see it's, I mean, this is like a Brian Shannon classic. I mean, from the lows, I extended that anchored VWAP all the way over to today, and you could see it's just acting as support, acting as support, acting as support. Now we have price separation above it. Buyers are in control here, meaning the euro is stronger versus the US dollar. So this is a really great look. Now the ADMA too is kind of right in the middle of these candles. Right in the middle of these candles, right by that 23.6% retracement. So the retracement down from this big move went right to the 30, almost to the 38.1. Not quite textbook, but pretty close. So in any event, this is not looking as weak as I thought it was going to when this sell-off started. Right now, it's looking like it stabilized a little bit, and I'm not sure we're not going to get another drive up to the top here eventually. But right now, price happiness. We kind of have an inside bar. If you just measure inside bars versus as a body instead of a wick, which I kind of like to do. And it's a smaller body too, a smaller body of the candle. So RSI 56.74, no moving average crosses. Everything's kind of sloping okay. So keep an eye on this Euro FX as we go forward here. And it's the higher volume market too. I mean, there's 178,000 traded in this particular marketplace. And that's a lot of volume. And if you look at a price ladder, it's a pretty nice price ladder, for sure. I mean, it's not a 10-year note price ladder or even an E-mini S&P price ladder, but it's still pretty nice. And then if you look at the micros, right? Remember, there's micros on some of these on some of these markets. You have 28,700 traded so far. This is in the June contract for the Euro FX. And that's also not bad. So when I see that in a micro, we're getting, it's not, 200,000, but it's not bad. It's 28,000 so far in the session. We'll probably track 35,000 maybe by the end of the day. And so it's relatively liquid. Remember, best practices, enter on limit orders, exit on limit orders if you can. The stop is a stop. You might get some slippage, but that's how the market works when you put just a stop market order in. Let's take a look at the Canadian dollar really quickly here. Well, let's see if we got Jack's numbers here. I don't even know. Yeah, we do. Euro FX right at that high vol level. Jack's 1 way up here, didn't achieve it. Jack's 3 way down here, didn't achieve it. S1 didn't achieve it. In the volume profile, it's not bad. I mean, we have a point of control. It's skewed to the lower prices, right? We'd call this a skew to the lower prices here. And there's a volume deficit shelf. Let me kind of show you where that is. It's approximately right here, right? When you start getting into this price, 1.08, it's the volume drops off from a transactions point of view, right? So that's kind of there's a transaction volume deficit below there, and which means this could be some pretty good support. Alternatively, if it's not, be careful. We could easily just whipsaw down to S1. So anyway, that's where my kind of, my line in the sand is. You could even use the bottom of the value area, right? Let's say, oh, I want to get long, and I think this thing's going to go back to the pivot. This is just an example, not a trade idea. Then, all right, well, where do I want to put my stop? Well, I want to put my stops, below the bottom of the value area. And so that's how value area traders sometimes use the bottom of the value area or the top of the value area for entries and exits. So Fury Ari just asks, will the loonie be the Canadian dollar be the US dollar soon? I no. That would be crazy. That would be crazy, but you never know. Stranger things have happened. Let's see. We could take a look. Let's take a look at the Canadian dollar real fast, just daily. Let this data populate for a little bit, folks. Hang on a second. Let me push that up. So a big sell-off in the Canadian dollar. Obviously, one of the big targets for the April 6th Liberation Day, or whatever we want to call it. So kind of a big sell-off here. This is the dominant candle right now. This is a benchmark candle if we closed here. So I'd like to see where we go from there. I don't know why that's highlighted, but I'm going to delete it. And I'm going to add a fib line really quickly here. I've got time, right? Plenty of time. So where did this trend start? This is a little wonky, right? Because it's not that terribly obvious, but I wouldn't say it started here because we started here, we rallied up, and we retraced almost all the way back down, right? We traced almost all the way back down. And so let's check this one out. So we kind of rallied up, gapped up, sideways action, peaked out, double top according to the wicks. So I'm going to draw my fib that way. I'm going to just kind of click, drag it up. I don't know why this chart is dragging. Click it again. And then we have, we retrace south of that 38.1. We tag that 50% exactly. Moving average crosses are going sideways. The ADMA is starting to slope down as well. So right now, this is looking relatively negative. A close below that 50% retracement is going to be on my radar screen. If that happens on a daily chart, then I'm thinking, all right, 61.8% next stop down. That's just kind of how I feel about it. So let's take a little bit of a deeper dive in at the gusher, which is crude. I have May crude up here on my market analyzer. I have September crude. I have December crude. Remember, this is monthly. These are monthly contracts. You could have them all up if you want. If you want to see, if this is in contango or backwardation, crude oil is always in this state. But I think I'd have to ask Tracy that for sure. But let's go back to crude oil. Again, on a daily, we saw it. Oh, now it just touched it. It's still going since me and Tracy were talking. We just touched that 200 simple moving average, right? Last time we touched it was back in February 11th. So it's come a long, long, long way. Let's drill in a little bit deeper here. Now, RSI here on a 30-minute candle chart. I mean, this is pretty strong. We've been trading north of 70. We've been trading north of 70 since 10 o'clock, right? And we're still moving. Let me kind of make this a little bit easier for folks to see. Broke through all of these gamma levels. Jax 3. We already just talked about this with Tracy. We're almost to the next blind spot. Blind spot 3 here is another Mentor Q level to consider as well. Let's go further up in the poll. Flight here says crude oil 72 will be resistance. Look at that. Flight here must have the Mentor Q lines on his chart. I'm just saying. 72 even, call resistance, red line. We're driving up toward it for sure. R3 is in the way, but again, a really nice target for the bulls. 71, 78. And Tracy explained this really well today. So again, I don't know that this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 higher lows, 5 higher highs, 4 higher highs. This is moving. This is pretty positive right here. I would not try to say, well, I'm going to get short right here because it can't go any higher. That's not a trading strategy. It's not a trade idea. It could go higher, and I expect it might be. Flat here is a magic 8 ball from the 80s. Those are pretty cool. I'm wondering, Flighter, do you have a lava lamp also? Remember those? You might, it was maybe a 70s thing, but you probably have a lava. Those are pretty cool. I think I'm going to get one. I could put it on the desk behind me. We could highlight the lava lamp. Beanbag chair. Oh my goodness. All right, so let's take a look at the rest of the energy complex here. Nat gas is up over 1%, 1.13. Heating oil, ultra low sulfur diesel, which contract's the one I want to look at. I want to look at the May contract. That's up 2.29%. So that one's moving. And I'll click on that in a second. RBOB gas. Well, let's talk about RBOB gasoline, near and dear to everyone's heart, 1.92%. Let's click on that guy and see what the chart's looking like. It's looking like the crude oil chart is what it's looking like. I mean, look at that. I mean, it's going. It is going. No Menther Q data on this chart. A lot of blue sky up here. R3, next step up. I don't know if we'll achieve it today. It's possible, but I'm look at the same thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 green candles, 4 higher lows, 4 higher highs. This is looking strong right here. This guy has momentum to the upside. Let's just kind of toggle back a little bit. Wow. This is a daily candle right here. I'm going to get rid of that flag for a second. And guess what I'm going to add? I'm going to add another loosely fitting trend channel. And I'll start it at the bottom. I don't know. Why not? I'll start it at the bottom. Just kind of pick off some wicks here. And when is this? March 11th. This whole turnaround started at March 11th. I mean, that bottom candle really wasn't a turnaround candle on March 11th. We had a lower low and we had a decent sized body candle, although it was in a big seller's wick. So I would not have called this. There must have been something that happened to make this happen, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But that was at 200 moving average. We finally broke above. And then all my regular moving averages are in play, including that 8 EMA cross above the 21 EMA. That's that gold line crossing above the green line. And it's just been, price separation occurring ever since then, right? Between that 8 EMA and the 21 EMA. So this is looking pretty strong here from a trend point of view. I have some wonky gaps over here. This could be part of rollover. Maybe I don't know why they're there, but I'm not going to put too much importance to it. But if you want to do it, we could draw the rectangle. I mean, what is a session without a rectangle? That's my opinion. You got to have a rectangle. Rectangles are great. I love rectangles. They're from a geometry point of view, rectangles are the best. They always have been the best. My imitation's pretty bad, isn't it? Anyway, we're breaking up in here now and moving up. This is going to be a benchmark candle, especially if we close up here. So, how will it translate to the gas pump? I don't know. I'm not an expert in that. Not an expert at that whatsoever. All right. Well, we covered a lot of ground today. Great morning session for sure with Pharm, with Tanja, Shai, Delhi. This afternoon, we have Order Flow Labs trading the close. That starts at 2:30, goes to 4 o'clock. So you could take a break, whatever you do between 12 and 2:30. If you want to share it in the chat, you can. If you don't want to share it, that's fine. Walk the dog, get a suntan, whatever you do. Have lunch, nice lunch break. So we'll be back strong 2:30. So hopefully we will see you there. See you guys soon.